we've already started to see the difference we can make by working together as a community.
Hello, welcome you all joining us today. So, hi. So, my name is Louis. I'm the lead from the GDG George Town, and welcome you all to the DevFest George Town 2021. Yeah, so this is our 8th DevFest in George Town, and we can give some applause to our So, first, the event organized is by the GDG George Town and the Google Technicals, and then we partner with the Google, and we need to thank our venue, Digital Pinning, and also we thank our community partners, Worldview, and the Google Student Club University Malaya, and also thanks to our sponsor Subway and the BGM Polo. So, alright, without you all, we can run successful events. So, thanks for supporting us. So now this one is, sorry. Right, so this one is our agenda. So you guys can check your menu card behind got the QR code. Yes, you can use your phone to scan and then read more the details. Okay, so this one is our official hashtag. So you all can click your nice picture and then handsome and pretty face, so you will see your picture in the social wall. Okay, all right. So after during the lunch time and the dinner time, we have the typing session. So we will give you some. We'll let you all get some prizes. So yes, and also it's available for the physical and online activities. So, all right. So let me introduce about our core team members. So you see the left hand is me, my name is Rachel. So I'm the lead in GDG George Town. So Rachel Lee is over there. Yeah. So she's the beauty and woman technical George Town lead, and another one is Edward. So he is a co-lead in GDG George Town. So all right, who we are? So we are GDG Mini is the Google Developer Group, and then GDG George Town is started since by 2013, and we are the non-profit communities offered by the Google. So over the years, we have organized various events like the talks, workshop, collab, and yeah, so for the local developers. So all right, now I pass to the Google Technical, Rachel.
Nama kan? Written? No? Okay, then I carry for lunch later. So hi, my name is Rachel and I am the lead for the WPM Georgetown chapter. Okay, so what's the difference between WPM and GDG? Basically, we're almost the same. As in sense that we organize events such as hackathons, events like this even. So what we focus on is mainly having female speakers. So for those of us, mainly to cater to the female audience. So sometimes they feel a bit shy, they feel a bit, I don't want to go talk to them, I don't want to talk to the speaker, I don't want to, I'm shy, I don't want to talk to them. So for behind that, for female speakers, female participants tend to be a bit more approachable for them, so we try to focus on that. Okay, so our events are all open to every gender, any gender, so male, female, you guys can take part in, so it's not only for females. Alright, so you can like our Facebook page, our community event page, join us. You guys like it or not? Like it or not? I don't see it, scanner. Okay, so just join our Facebook page, follow us, give us a like on our community event page as well, just to follow up with us on what we do. Right? So now to kickstart the event, I will introduce Janice Tan, who is the C-Leader lead for our GDG community. So let's welcome Janice.
Hi everyone. I'm so happy that there's a hybrid event that's happening right now, and I'm so sorry that I'm not able to join you in person. But hi, I'm Janice, the Southeast Asia Regional Lead at Google Developers. Welcome to DevFest George Town. I'm so excited to be with all of you today, even if it's virtually. So excited that we're continuing to actually engage in this virtual format as we all come together to learn and share what we are all building. So thanks to the amazing Google Developer Group Georgetown team for organizing this event. This incredibly passionate and enthusiastic group brings developers like you and the local communities together to help each other learn and inspire at a time that we really need to connect the most. In light of the past 2 years, we hope that this DevFest will inspire you to learn and connect as a community by exploring how to use Google technologies to build solutions that can improve people's lives. Developers like you are the backbone of technology. You play a really important role in the recovery of the global economy. On Google platform, developers have built solutions that save lives, you've entertained us, addressed real-world challenges, and made solutions that create jobs and solve important problems in our world. The work of developers, your work, has never been more important. So GDGs have always been committed to developers, community, and generating a positive social impact. And DevFest is an opportunity for GDGs to continue to show up for your community, to show up for their communities. So today, let's talk about how being a part of this community will help you build your tech career. So today, I know many of you are joining us online, and we also have quite a number of you joining us in person. This is one of the first hybrid events that we've seen in Southeast Asia. Engaging the developer community again is so incredibly important, and I really hope that we take this opportunity to think about how we can continue to shape this community that we're a part of. So wherever you are, when you join a Google Developer Group event, you can learn with your community and develop both your technical and your applied skills. Your local GDG runs numerous tech talks, hands-on workshops, study jams, hackathons, and with a community of your like-minded peers. So join this event. You can attend them, volunteer with them, share your interests and your learnings, and help shape this community that you are a part of. Know that this is a safe space where you can ask questions, learn from each other while learning new technologies and applying them to real life projects. And of course, the most important thing, and something that I think we've all been missing as well in the last 2 years, is to really connect with each other. Build the network, support others in your community. When you attend an event, sure, if you're in person, you have an opportunity to really meet people. Don't just hang out with the folks in your cliques. Go say hi to someone new today. Tell yourself, today I'm going to meet 5 new friends and introduce myself to new people. So don't just attend and learn in silence. If you're online right now, go to the chat section, say hi, say where you're from, let each other know, you can still connect whether you're in person or whether you're doing this virtually. So connecting with others at DevFest is so important. And we also know that these days, hiring decisions are made beyond what's on your CV. Your online presence really matters. Your developer profile, your community contributions, your engagement with the community tell hirers that you are a team player with a lifelong learning mindset. So establish your presence, where it matters, whether it's on LinkedIn, it's on Twitter, or community forums. So post and engage meaningfully with your like-minded peers. And when you engage with the communities or help to answer questions, you will likely learn something new too. And last but not least, inspire others and showcase your expertise. Today, we have a lot of amazing speakers coming through all parts of Malaysia that's dialing in. I think some of them are from Singapore too. So these speakers are sharing the projects that they have built. You have the opportunity to do that too. When you build projects, share with others what you're building. Explaining a concept to others is a great way to solidify your learning and also improve both your writing or your presentation skills. So you can share your learnings, whether it's on social media, could be on your blog, it could be on your YouTube channel, or even, here with the community. And this can help you build your brand and authority in the subject. So a part of this visible benefit, the process of creating tutorial also lead to increased self-awareness and insights into the topic. So talk to Louise or Rachel or Edward, ask them, hey, can I talk about my project? Share about these in your GDG community, speak at these events, ask for feedbacks from your peers, and meet like-minded folks. You never know what you're going to learn. As the famous saying go, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. I encourage all of you to continue to be in community with fellow developers and use the skills and technologies that you've learned at DevFest, communities that you've formed, and friends that you've made to make a difference. Our goal this year at DevFest is to help more developers like you be even more successful building with Google and help you drive change in your community. Your success brings about a positive impact to the world. We want to give you a bigger stage and help tell your success story to a broader audience. So thank you for joining us again at GDG DevFest in Georgetown. And we're very excited that you're here to join us to learn, to connect, and to be inspired. Thank you.
We are a very young agency in the state, 1 year old. Like yourself, I was a developer a long time ago. Right? So I think you guys are a lucky generation. You've got all these tools and this cloud computing, and you get to learn a lot from here. So what's Digital Connect? Agency set up to basically get the community to go digital. So you see Dark Digital, which is why we conduct classes for people to help senior citizens adopt technology. We are also looking at digital economy, which is how we get startups to build a startup ecosystem, and then also attract investments, right? Basically, digital companies to come to Connect. And so I hope that you guys are digital talent, that you attend this class and then don't leave, you go to Pine Valley, stay in Penang. So make sure that we bring the companies here so that you can get good jobs here in Penang. That's one of our missions as well. The other thing, obviously, is digital governance. So the smart city projects, we look at some of them, and then also data analytics, which is really key. How do you get data and use that for AI and a lot of analytics projects? I hope you enjoy the event today because it's a real great learning experience for you. Take this opportunity to learn as much as possible, to network. And frankly speaking, look, you can become a CEO one day, or you can go and do a startup. What you learn today is the skill. But what's really important is how do you solve problems with that skill. That's very important. And I hope you can't become a startup. We do hold startup workshops and stuff like that. So I hope you become a startup and see how we can sponsor you. And next year, we're actually launching a seed fund for startups. So if you do have an idea, come and pitch in the ideation event, and then you can go for the Shark Tank as well. And we'll be holding that in January or first quarter of next year onwards. So, and Basically, the other thing is I wanted to mention is also that we'll be doing other programs with Meta, and they're looking to certify 100 Spark AR experts. Right? So we'll be doing those events as well with Meta, and hopefully get yourself certified because the activity is already buzzing in Klang Valley. So we want to make sure that we here in Penang also have the Spark AR experts as well. There will be other events that we'll be holding with some of the partners, and obviously we want to encourage the GDG group to hold more of such events going forward next year. So thank you for coming here, and enjoy the time and make sure that it's a great learning experience. Thank you.
Again, thank you for Digital Penang for sponsoring this event venue. And then let's start straight into our talk. Yeah, alright, so first of all, digital products, applications are everywhere around us. We use them every day, and when we are designing and building digital products, we always want to put our user at the center of our working process, and because we want to put ourselves into their shoes so that we can develop products that are actually useful for them. And today we have Zoe with us, who is a UX designer at Stampede. And she has worked with clients in a variety of fields, ranging from healthcare to oil and gas industries. And she has a very broad experience in leading the UX research to better define the UI designs. And today, let's welcome our very first speaker of the day, Zoe Chee, to talk about talk to your user.
Thank you. Good morning. Okay, louder, please. Good morning. Okay, I'm going to do something pretty insufferable. So before we even get started, we need to do a little exercise. So could you please all stand up? Okay, because I'm the first talk of the day, right? You guys excited, right? No, okay, sorry. Just keep standing, hold on. Okay, I think while we're waiting for them to set it up, could you do me a favor and stretch all the way to the top? Great. Okay, and then this way. And then this way. And then touch your toes. And then when you come back, you're going to jump 1, 2, 3, jump! Whoa. Thank you very much. Big round of applause. You're never going to want to attend any of my talks. But at the end, make you exercise. Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Zoe, and I am a UX designer. So what I used to do was, sorry, these are the older slides. Yeah, they've been updated. Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay. This one. But it's a copy rather than the original, that's why.
Just wait a minute.
Sorry, can we just get a couple of minutes?
Yes. Trying to.
And then I can just talk about myself and stuff. Yeah. Okay, so I used to be a community manager. I used to work as a community manager for co-working spaces. So similar to Digital Penang or AdCamp we used to be here, I used to talk to people, handle all the tenancy agreements, and run a lot of events. So that's how I first got into tech. But I realized that I wanted to do more with product, so I became a community manager for the telco product. And then I ended up not really. I felt like I was talking to users all the time, but I wasn't really having the impact I wanted to have on the product and the experiences they were having. So that's how I ended up getting into. Hold on, we're getting there. So I then started working for a UX agency called Stampede, which is this nice t-shirt. Okay, I'm going to represent my company. And some of you maybe will recognize Shaza. So she's been a speaker at Google DevFest before, and she's the one who got me into this role. So I've been working in the industry now for about 3.5 years. I've had great experiences working a lot with Petronas, oil and gas, in healthcare. So recently we've been working with a healthcare client.
and a variety of other things, including food and beverage companies. Okay, so that's enough about me. Now on to the topic. I want to set the scene. Oh, sorry, last thing. Hot, like random fact about me, I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, so 90% of the time I have very weird bruises in strange places because I get beat up all the time. I would suggest you give it a try. Okay, on to the story. So, if you're a developer, could you put your hands up? I'm assuming most of you are developers. Oh, many of you are not. Are many of you students? Yes, but you're learning to code, right? Okay, close enough. Okay, so I want you to imagine this situation. You've worked hard for many, many months to launch your product. You're ready to set it into the wild. You've saved over things like the product features, the user flow, FED, BED, UAT, and you've done everything. You've done everything you possibly can. And you feel that your product is perfect. You're like, it's ready to go. Everybody's going to learn my product. But the moment you launch it, several things start to go wrong almost immediately. You see things like high uninstalls. People seem to download your app and then very soon after they delete it. Or they seem to abandon processes very quickly. They never finish, they never check out from their cart, they never finish or get to the goal. Or you see that there's a high bounce rate, they come to the website and then leave immediately after. And ultimately, that means you have low to no returning users, which is, of course, a huge problem. So you're probably wondering, what went wrong? And one of the first things you probably do is you go to the analytics to try and figure out what's happened. And all you can really see is what you've done and where they dropped off. But what you really want to know is why they are doing that. And this is something you can only find out from talking to your user, which is another way of saying you need to do some user research. And you can find out things like why they stopped using your product in the first place, what parts they liked or didn't like about your product, and also if they're using competitors or they move to a competitor, why are they doing that? What is your competitor doing that you didn't think of? And ultimately, you will learn about what you can do to improve. So the thing is, research shouldn't only happen when something is going wrong. It should be part of your full product lifecycle. And this is important because it will inform your decisions all the way through. And it can happen in all different phases. It might be at the very beginning when you're doing your initial investigation. So you maybe have a very broad business idea or your product owner imposters, and you say, there's kind of an opportunity here, but you don't really understand the context. You don't know who the user is, you don't know what you're going to do. So this is a key time for research. After that, you maybe will be aware of what kind of solution you're supposed to create, or you think you have a good idea, but you're not sure whether or not it's going to work. So here, research is important as well. And last but not least, maybe you already launched your product, it's been running for a while, but you want to make it better. So you want to figure out what you can do to improve. And ultimately, what this is going to do is, it's going to reduce risk. By talking to your users, you are not basing your decisions, what you're developing, what you're spending a lot of time and money on assumptions. And that means that you're going to have improved product certainty. You know that if you develop this and you send it out into the wild, chances are that you're going to do much better. You're ultimately going to be more efficient in your process. Your costs are going to reduce because you're not spending a lot of time developing the wrong things. You're not spending 4 months developing features that nobody wants. Okay, so this makes everything more efficient. And ultimately, if you're already addressing user needs, that means you're reducing your user churn, and you're going to be able to retain them much better. Now, I can already feel many of you, but I'm not a UX designer. Okay, I know a lot of you are students, but how many of you know UX designers? Nobody's putting their hands up. Okay, that's like one person. Okay, so the reality is UX designers are really, really rare. Okay, this means that the expectation is that if you're going to be developing a product, you need to understand what being user-centric is about. You cannot assume that somebody else is going to do the job or that because you're the developer, you don't have any responsibility for user centricity. And there's going to be the expectation that developers are going to have to understand some of that, and that ultimately developers need to have more cross-functional roles. You need to be working with other teams. And that's going to make you the ultimate one-leg kick employee. And in case you don't believe me about the user centricity, let's look at the facts. 90% of apps are deleted because of poor UX. Right? That means they come once, it is a bad experience, they delete, gone, never coming back. And 88% of users are less likely to return to the website if their first experience was bad, the UIUX was bad. And you're thinking, well, yeah, I got some users to stick around anyway, right? Wrong, because even 30% of them say that they might have liked the website at first or liked the product at first, but if they come back and have another bad experience, they're more likely to leave. So the reality of the situation is that you don't have many chances to get it right. We're in a very competitive environment. There's many digital products. And UX, being user-centric, talking to your users and caring about them is ultimately going to be a huge business differentiator for you. Your responsibility as a developer is not to just code. You need to actually create a product that can survive in a while and also hopefully do well. And the way that you've got to do that is you've got to think of this beautiful Venn diagram. There's three considerations you have no matter what role you're in. You have design. So design is caring about what the user wants and how to deliver that to them. That's the most user-centric portion. But of course, you also have tech. You need to be able to deliver whatever this is. You need to be able to code it. It needs to be possible. And if you want the business to succeed and survive, you need to have a business model where you can make money. So the effort to market it or the effort to code it is super high, doesn't make any sense. So ultimately what you need to do is make sure that you're not only addressing two things. So if you're only addressing design and tech, it might be really cutting edge, but it doesn't make any money. I mean, it cannot. Or maybe it might be between design and business. So it looks really cool, but it's not possible for you to technically execute. And the last one, maybe it's something that is technically possible, but it doesn't make any money. So it's cutting edge, but it's unusable. What you're really looking for is the sweet spot at the center of all three. You need something that fulfills user needs, that is technically feasible, and that makes money. Okay, so we're getting closer. We're getting ready now to talk to your user. In order to do that first, though, you need to understand some ground rules. The first one is that you need to genuinely care about your user. One of the most important things is if you can empathize with your user, know what they're thinking, feeling, their considerations, then that's actually going to be very helpful because you can imagine the situation. When you talk to them, you can be curious. You can show them that you really care. And if they sense that you really care, they're more likely to actually help you figure out a working solution. You also need to involve teammates and stakeholders. Do you know why? Because they're also invested in the success of the product. They also have knowledge on who the user is supposed to be, what the product and context is supposed to be. So they're a valuable resource. And ultimately, if you go away for 4 weeks and you do research and you don't involve them at all, and you finally show up and you say, hey guys, I did 4 weeks of research, here's all my findings, this is what we should do with the product, they will tell you to get out. You know, they're not going to care because you didn't ask them and you didn't involve them. So they're part of the process, so involve them in that. And last but not least, you have to have an open mind. You have to have a beginner's mindset. We all have assumptions about what we think people are going to do, but unless you're actually that person, you can't make that assumption. The whole point of doing user research is for you to find out things that you otherwise would never have been able to figure out by yourself. You're trying to understand what your user wants and what they need. So you're going to go in, be ready to be proven wrong, and be curious enough to want to find out more. Okay. The next part is you need to figure out where you are in the product life cycle. Because you're going to have different questions that you want to find out from your user based on where you are. So here at the very beginning, you're probably going to be trying to figure out what product or feature you're developing what problem space you're going to be working on. But maybe after a while, you've already done your research, and now you're trying to figure out what kind of solutions to actually create, what you're going to code and release. Or maybe you've already launched, and you're at the stage where it's been running for a while, but you know you've got to improve it and make it better. Okay, so we're going to start right at the beginning. The part where you know the least, you have a vague idea, but mostly a bunch of assumptions. Right? I really need to emphasize this to you guys. Research happens in all stages of the product life cycle, but the most important part is you want to do all of your research correctly at the very beginning. This is so you start on the right foot. If you're working on unvalidated assumptions, so you're saying, I think that my 45-year-old cousin would really like to order shoes on this website, and you didn't ask her, and you spend 6 months or something like that building a product, and you finally release it, and it sucks, that's a huge problem. You wasted a huge amount of time and a huge amount of money, right? So you don't want unvalidated assumptions. In other words, this is the cause of correcting a problem. If you're doing it at the very beginning, a definition, your course is only one time. There's nothing much, it's just some ideas, some words on paper, maybe some sketches, right? Not a big deal. But if you're operating based on assumptions, you're halfway through design, and you realize you've got to make changes, the price goes up 10 times. Okay, you've already invested some months and time doing designs. And the worst situation is, you have made assumptions, you're building a product and it's made it all the way to development, then you realize this isn't going to work. You have to spend all this time rebuilding it. That is the cost of failure and something you absolutely want to avoid. Okay, so some of your concerns when you're coming up with a new product or feature is you're probably asking yourself, what problem are we actually solving? What is the product going to be? You know, what are the features going to look like? What is it going to do? And this is going to help inform your roadmap and your strategy. And you probably got a bunch of questions about your problem space and your user. So the first one is this even the right problem to solve? I think it's important to people that they want to be able to buy shoes online, but I'm not really sure. Maybe they want to buy something else, or maybe they want to deal with cancer. I don't know. Right? There's a lot of other options that are out there. Is this the right space to be focusing on? Then you have, does this fit into our user's process? If I create something but it totally doesn't work for your intended user, it doesn't matter because they're not going to use it, right? So you want to make sure that it fits into your user's process. Actually, and then sometimes you don't even know who your user is. You have no idea who they are, what they do, and that's something you need to find out more about. And then you may be asking, why are we trying to create this product? Maybe you joined the product team a little bit later. You don't know the product vision or what the long-term goal is. You only know what your initial iteration is supposed to be. Understanding the product vision and roadmap is really important for you to know where it's going so you can align your activities with that in the long term. And maybe you're wondering what other products or competitors are out there. You're not really sure what else exists in the market. Okay, so you're probably not saying to yourself, okay, I already have all my questions, I can go talk to the user, and I say, wait, not yet, you're not ready. Who is the first person you think you should talk to before you go talk to your users? The answer is your teammates and your stakeholders. So like I mentioned, you need to get their buy-in. They are knowledgeable about the product, and they are going to be able to help you drive product success if they are also invested in your research efforts. You should ask them things like what they hope to achieve. So what is the long-term vision of where they're planning on going? You can then see how your goals and activities aligns with theirs, and you're going to be able to help them achieve that. We probably also already have an idea of who they think the user is. So you can get a basic understanding from them. And then maybe because they're trying to run a business, right, they have some suspicions or assumptions that they have about how it's, like what opportunities there are. So you can get a sense of that from them. And you can also ask them anything else they want to know from research. So this week you say, I'm going to do some research, I'm going to help you find out some stuff. And they'll be like, yeah, can you check out this, can you check out that? I'm going to help you guys work together. And ultimately, this is going to create a foundational level of knowledge that is going to be really helpful for you. And and you're going to get their buy-in because they're invested now. They know what you're up to, you bother asking them and involving them in the process because they also matter. Win-win. Okay, next, you need to come up with an idea of who your user is. There might be many different users, but you need to figure out which one the key one you're going to focus on is. And you need to understand some basic things about them, like their demographics. Is it a guy, is it a girl, how old are they, where do they live, do they have a smartphone, do they have a laptop? These are all the things you need to understand. You then need to know about their goals and motivations. Why are they using this product? What are they trying to achieve by using it? You also want to know their behaviors and characteristics. So somebody who is 65 and lives, I don't know, in KL is going to behave very differently from a 25-year-old living somewhere else, living in Penang, for example. They have different concerns and they behave in different ways. So you want to understand what they're supposed to be. And you also want to understand their needs and pain points. So this is going to be the foundation for you to understand where you can add value with your product. So now you have this kind of idea. You also need to know where all their touch points are and what they are. Your product usually only exists as part of a larger experience. If you're ordering something online, as somebody who's delivering something, right, there's a logistics aspect of it. So you need to consider what other touch points they're having with other providers and other services so that you have more context as to how your product looks. Okay, and now you need to think about your goals of talking to your user. The main thing is you already have this idea of the user persona, but again, it's an assumption. You want to make sure that by talking to them, that your understanding of your user is correct, that it's accurate, so that you can accurately represent them when it comes to product development. You want to get information that's going to be helpful to you at the time. If you're at the very beginning trying to figure out your product, you need to understand the problem space. So you make sure you have that info so that you can make data-informed decisions. And you're also looking for new opportunities. If you are somebody who has all these assumptions, right, the whole point of doing research is that maybe there's something you didn't consider. So you should be looking for other opportunities where you can add value as well. And again, it's about having an understanding of the user and having empathy for them. So by understanding your user, when it finally comes time for you to sit down and say, I'm going to figure out what I'm going to code, I'm going to figure out what my product is supposed to be, you can imagine what they will be thinking and their considerations. So you can wear their shoes and represent them in the process. Okay, you now have to actually put together some questions. You should set a goal for the whole interview. Know why you're doing it and what you're planning to out with it. If you don't do this, you're going to ask a bunch of really good questions that don't lead anywhere. Right? So set a goal early on. And then after that, you have to make sure that every question you ask, you know why you're asking it. If I ask this, is it going to give me information on the process? If I ask this, it's going to show me where the pain points are so I can figure out a solution. Or if I ask this, I understand how they're going to interact with the app, so I know what kinds of UI patterns to use. And the last but not least is that for each question you ask, you should have a hypothesis. Again, this is an assumption, but what it's going to do is it's going to help guide you as you're asking questions, and you're going to be able to see whether your assumptions are correct or not. Okay, so some hot tips, right? Make sure that your overall interview has structure. It should have a beginning, middle, and end. So usually the questions about like demographic stuff, some of the behavior happens more at the beginning. It's the introduction. The middle part usually is about some kind of process or structure. So you're trying to understand their flow or their goals. That's the main meat of the section. And the ending should be more overall opinions about experiences. Okay, so it should have kind of a nice structure. Don't ask leading questions. You guys know what leading questions are? Yes? Yes? No? Maybe? Okay, so if I ask you a question like, how great am I? As a leading question, because I'm suggesting that I'm great. Say if you say like, how bad is this pair of shoes? You're suggesting that something is bad. You want to ask neutral questions because then you're going to get answers that are honest from the user. You're not influencing them. And you also want to ask open-ended questions. If you ask them, what color is your car? And they say yellow. You're like, okay, great. All I know is that the car is yellow. I don't know anything about why they drive this car. what they do with it. So you need to ask questions that are going to give you more information that you need. And also don't use any jargon. You're supposed to be making this accessible for your user, so don't use big words to sound smart. That's not the goal of doing a user interview. You're trying to make them feel comfortable so you can get them to provide useful information. Okay, and most importantly, you should be focusing on the why and understanding what their motivations are for doing things. This is the most important thing because no matter what method they use, if you understand why they're doing it, it's always going to be a lot more helpful. What is more helpful for me to tell you? My goal is to get to the mainland, or my goal is to build a bridge to get to the mainland. If I say I'm only building a bridge, that only gives you one potential solution. But if I tell you my goal is to get to the mainland, you have many different possibilities. You can take a boat, you can fly, you can get a flotation device and try and swim across. There's many different methods that you can use. So understanding their motivation and what value they get out of it is more important than anything else. Okay, so there is a way to probe people. Usually start with something that is concrete that the user can easily explain. So some activity that they usually do. Then ask them what they think. So they'll probably give you an opinion at first, but this will lead to you asking why they think that. And this will lead you to the real reason. So just some examples of what that looks like in the question. Step number one, something concrete, right? What steps do you take to buy these items online or achieve some kind of goal? So your purpose for asking this is you're trying to understand the process and you're looking for opportunities. You're framing things. And it's good because you're not putting any words in the user's mouth, you're just asking them to explain that process. Next, you can ask them, what did you think of the process? So here you're trying to understand their opinion or what they think about it. And they'll probably also tell you what parts work and what parts don't. And it's good because this is a neutral question. It doesn't really infer anything, you're just asking them for their opinion. Now, compare this to the question is, did you think this process was bad? So this is a leading question. The purpose to understand the 3 points is the same, but you're leading them, so don't do this. And then finally, you can mention something like, you mentioned earlier that you said you don't like this process. Can you tell me why? So this is good because you're trying to get to the deeper problem. You're understanding the user's motivations and behavior, and you're also showing that you listen because you're mentioning something they said earlier. Okay, so these are good. These are examples of good questions you can ask. And also it's open-ended. So confirm when you ask somebody, is this going to be you mentioned you didn't like this, can you tell me why? You're going to get a very long answer. People like to talk about why they don't like things. So you're probably going to get a lot of information from this. Okay, finally, you're getting ready to interview. You need to recruit 5 users who fit the user persona you came up with earlier. The reason why you want to do 5 is because number 1, number 2, number 3, you're learning something new about all these users you talk to. Then user 4 and user 5, you start confirming the same pattern. So it's not, the goal of this is qualitative, right? We're not trying to do quantitative research. So 5 users is the sweet spot. And I can promise you, I've done many interviews, 5 really is the number that works. More than that, you're kind of just wasting your time. Okay, offer them an incentive for their time. You are asking them to take time out from the day, so compensate them. If you work for a company that actually does offer some kind of product, maybe you can give them a discount, or you can give them some whatever that is, and set a date and time. You need to prepare them a little bit though. Let them know what the purpose of the research is. They're a lot more helpful if they know what you're trying to get out of it. Tell them a little bit about what to expect. Tell them how long it's going to be, and don't make it more than 1.5 hours if not you're going to pass out. And try and get 2 colleagues to come and help you, because it's going to be a real pain in the butt if you try and come back and write all the notes yourself. If you have somebody there to command you and to watch the video from another room and write notes, it's going to make life a lot easier. Okay, you're finally ready. You're finally ready to talk to your user. So during the interview itself, your goal is to get them to relax. You're not trying to psycho your user, okay? They're there because they want to help you. They're trying to be helpful. So make them feel comfortable. Don't have too many people in the interview room Because if you feel like you're being watched by 5 people, maybe more, your answers are going to change. You're not going to be so honest. So yeah, maybe maximum 2 people in the room. Make eye contact, but don't stare. Okay? Like I said, don't psycho them. It's one of the last things you want to do is scare them. But you want to show that you're engaged and listening. And reassure the user that they're doing great. Whenever they give you a really helpful answer, tell them, that was really great. I really appreciate you telling me that. That's going to be so helpful for me. Other parts are, don't be afraid to go off script. The list of questions you have has a goal, right? But again, these are based on assumptions that you had when you hadn't spoken to the user yet. If they start bringing up things that sound like they're potentially going to be interesting, you're going to want to follow them. So if they're going someplace interesting, don't be afraid to follow. Don't worry about the script for a moment. Maybe whatever you're going to find out is going to be very valuable. Okay, also keep an eye on the user's energy. Sometimes they are tired, and the moment they start getting tired, that's when you're going to have the least effect, least good answers from them. So just keep an eye on that. And record the session. Your stakeholders later might ask you, oh, what did you learn? Or they might ask you to cut a video or something like that. Recording the session is going to be real helpful because you're going to be able to document whatever it is that you've learned. So record it. And this is not technically talking to users so much, but some people's products require you using it in a real environment, right? So you're maybe using, I'll just talk about the satellite, for example. If you're using that at a petrol station, you can't really ask them about what the experience is like just talking through Zoom call or face-to-face. You need to see how they use it in real life. So share your users as they go through the process. Get some people to say, yeah, I'm willing to let you follow me as I walk to the petrol station, and ask me some questions. So if you see things that are interesting, you can actually ask them, why did you do that? What do you think about this? Why did you buy that Coca-Cola as opposed to coffee? I don't know, right? And then see who they interact with and what. What else are they touching? Who else are they speaking to? Who else is influencing their experience? It may be helpful for you to imagine. Okay, so this is an example of me. That's part of my face. But yeah, this is me in a parking lot in Bangsa's house. We were working on Touch and Go's RFID sticker installation. So we actually went down with the users to see what that was like. And this is the guy who's the installation specialist. So here we're actually following the user, asking them what they think. And you get lots of information about the environment. It was noisy in there, the lighting was so good, no cell phone reception. So these are things you have to consider. If I'm not going to quote something, then how is it going to work when I don't have any internet? What's going to happen is it's really dark. Do I have to increase the contrast? These are considerations for your solution. Okay, so you're probably wondering what the difference is with user interviews. User interviews are a lot more in depth. You get a lot more detail. You understand why a lot more. And you can also get answers to specific questions because you're asking them directly. But in comparison, you're doing observation or ethnography, you're going to see the user's natural behavior in the natural environment. Also, a lot of times people think they know what they do, but they don't. They actually are doing things unconsciously. So you see what they really do rather than what they're telling you that they're not doing. And you're going to have insight into the environment and other considerations. Ultimately, when you do both together, you get a more holistic understanding of the problem space. Okay, and the results that you're going to have from that is you're going to look at all of the results you have and look for commonalities. So you'll say 4 out of 5 users had a problem with the checkout process. You now know that there's something wrong there. They're saying the font is too small, I can't see what the total is, so then I say I don't want to pay, I'm just going to leave. Okay, you have something concrete that you can do about your product. You also have the correct understanding of your user. You now know what it is that they do, and you can represent them in the development process. It will also give you more insight into where you can add value to your user. So now you know that pain points, right? You can see if I build something, this is what's going to work for them. It's going to really add value. And ultimately, this is all going to be important information that you can share with your stakeholders. Again, buy-in and pushing everything towards product success. Okay, we're moving on to the crafting the solution portion. So you've done your research, you've decided I'm going to focus on problems A, B, and C, and I'm going to build a product around it. But you have different questions now. What does my solution do? Does it actually solve my user's problem? not really sure. Is this a dud? Is it a complete waste of time? Am I going to spend months coding the wrong thing? Does the flow make sense? Moving from screen to screen, does this make sense to the user? Or are you really concerned about usability? Will the user get stuck here and not know what to do? So these are some of the questions you have. And here you can do usability testing. So UAT is not usability testing, right? UAT is more focused around whether or not the product does what you expected it or coded it to do. That's not really what we're looking for here. We're trying to find out where the user gets stuck when you don't guide them. Instead, you want to create a prototype. So if you're really pro, you can use Sigma, Adobe XD, Sketch, or Vision. If not, you can use Google Slides or PowerPoint as well. There's plenty of tutorials on how to do this online. But you want to make something that doesn't require much coding, just for you to make it look like a real thing or close enough. You're then going to want to focus on the flow or the part that's most problematic. You're not testing people going into their profile to update their notification settings. You want to find out about the part where you have the most fear. Do they know how to use this? Does this add value? So focus on that part of the flow. And again, get 5 users to test it, the same magic number. By testing a prototype, you're making sure you're not operating on unvalidated assumptions. You're going to have product certainty because you're seeing real reactions from the users on whether or not they get stuck, or whether or not this is adding any value to them. That means you're not going to develop the product in the end that's going to fail. So more hot tips, dropping hot tips all over the place today. Create a believable scenario. If you just show them a prototype and you say, try it out, it's not going to work, okay? You need to give them a scenario. So if it's a healthcare product, say, okay, imagine that you wake up one morning and you have a sore throat and your eyeball is bleeding. I don't know, hopefully not something so drastic, right? And you need to go to a hospital. I want you to book an appointment using this app. Okay, so then you need to give them the scenario for them to imagine the situation. And you don't want to pick a flow that's too long. Same like when you're doing a user interview, people's energy really caps out around like an hour and a half to 2 hours. That's when it really goes off the deep end. So don't make it too long. Reassure the user that you're testing the prototype and not them. It's called usability testing, not user testing. Because people, when they feel they're under pressure to perform, they're going to do things that is not their normal behavior. You tell them you're testing the product, their mindset is going to change. They're going to be much better at being helpful and telling you what is wrong with the product. And again, record the session. Usability testing is absolutely amazing for stakeholders who think they know what the solution is. The thing is, if you build a solution that you thought was going to work, and you show them why it did or didn't, it will give them a lot of confidence, and they'll say, okay, we absolutely shouldn't do this, we should try something else. It works really, really well. So I highly recommend if you have some stakeholders who are not that keen or think the idea is right, do usability testing on the idea so that you can have clarity of whether your assumption was right and whether you can move forward. Okay, more hot tips. There's 2 essential sections to usability testing. The first part is unmoderated. This is where you give them a goal. You pretend that you disappear and you tell them to try and do it by themselves. So this replicates them doing it without any assistance. This is going to show you where they get stuck because there isn't anybody there asking them questions. It's like, did you notice this button, this big flashing button? Right? Of course, they're going to click on it if you're pointing at it. So do an unmoderated section to spot usability issues. Then after that, go through screen by screen, the key screens with them to understand why they did certain things. So you'll say, I noticed earlier you didn't click on this. Can you tell me why? Or I noticed that you did something here. Can you tell me why you did that? Or you mentioned earlier that you didn't see there was any value here. Can you tell me why you said that? Right? So keep on asking them why to understand their motivations. Okay, part 3. So you're going to want to understand what they understood from the product. So you can ask them, can you tell me what you think this product does? And then they'll explain it to you. So you'll understand if they understand. If they understand something wrong, and it's like completely wrong, then you know that you have a big issue with people understanding what the function of your product is. So that's something that's really key. Find out what they liked, what parts that you think are good, and what parts you think can be improved and why. And also, what they think about the prototype and if they will use it again. This one is a big one at the end, right? We're trying to figure out if, even if it has issues, they see value in whatever it is they're offering. So if you ask them this, 4 out of 5 users say, yeah, it's pretty cool, I'll definitely use this again. That's a big win for you. And if they say no, then you can throw it in. So this is some of the real usability testing we've done. This was actually at an R&R. We were doing testing for touch and go product here. So we were interviewing on one side, and then they were note taking. They had headphones in, they could hear the conversation, and they were writing notes as we were going. So this is what usability testing might look like. And in a more controlled setting, we'll have one room, interviewer and the user only, and they'll be testing something that they're using, so you can see their screen, and you can also see their facial expressions. And the great thing about this is, you can project this to another room, and then you have your CEO in there going, I didn't think they were going to hit this feature, but okay. And there's nothing quite like having evidence like that to show stakeholders that's going to change their mind. So this is really powerful. If you record this, you'll have this on record forever as well. Okay, and with the results, you're going to analyze what parts worked, where they got stuck, and this is going to give you an idea of what you need to fix, right? Now you know what you need to fix. If your idea isn't done and you completely need to throw it away, or if your idea is perfect, maybe you just need to update it a little bit and then you can code it straight away. Or if it has something that you need to fix, you know exactly what you need to do before you release it. Okay, last section, iterate and improve. So you've launched your product, you already said, okay, I think this is a pretty good bet, let's let it out into the wild, you've let it run for a while, and you now think, we want to make this better. We know that there's ways that this can be better. Now the great thing about this is, what you can do is you can figure out how to increase your user retention. What tweaks can you make so that your existing user base is going to stay with you? What features are you going to add? Do you want to make this better by adding more stuff? Or maybe you realize you actually had stuff that you need to take away, but you're not sure exactly what. So that's something you need to be testing for too. And you need to figure out how to add more value. How are you going to make this better for your users on top of the existing process? And overall, maybe you realize that there's some redundancies in your product. Maybe you can take some parts away. So let's test that with the existing product. And the great thing is, it's pretty simple. Because by usability testing, you have actually already built it. So use your real product and do usability testing again with the real thing. Same again with 5 users. What you can use for a starting point if you're not quite sure where to look is hopefully you have your analytics set up. You can see where the drop-offs are, where they're behaving in ways that you don't want them to or that are unexpected. So this can form the basis for where you're going to focus your usability testing. And observe where they get stuck and then ask why. So if it's not already obvious that you didn't notice the button because it looks like it's part of a banner or something, here's your opportunity to ask them a little bit more. Or you might have users that have already left. You have their numbers. They said yes to answering your questions in the form that you asked them at the beginning when they first enrolled. And you can ask them things like why they stopped using your product. Could be simple as that. They'll just tell you, well, it took me much longer for me to do this compared to when I used another competitor's product. Easy. Okay? You already know why they left. And you know what they like and dislike about your product. So you know what parts work and what parts suck, what you need to fix. And ultimately, you'll know where and why there can be improvement, because they would have given you their reasons. And ultimately, if they're using your competitors, you can figure out who your competitors are if you didn't already know and what they're doing right. So you know where the value add is for them. So, to wrap up, after talking to your user at various stages during your product development lifecycle, you're going to understand why users do stuff. Like I mentioned, why is the most important thing, because there's many methods to get there. If you understand why, you can come up with many different solutions and you can test them, and then you can code something and then see if it works. you're also going to know your solution really solves problems, right? You tested it rather than going away for 10 months, however many people's gaji for however months, all the blood, sweat, and tears coding something. Then you release it, and then nobody likes it. That's a lot of wasted time and energy, right? So you'll know the solution solves the problem before you actually spend time, effort, and energy coding it. And you also need to know, ultimately that means you know what you need to fix before you spend a bunch of money. Okay, you're going to be confident. You're going to know what exactly your product is. Right? And you know, at least if I'm going to do this, I'm going to kill this product, I'm never going to use it again. Or there's something I can do to improve this. At the end of the day, talking to your users isn't always easy, but it's always worth it. So I encourage you all to go forth and be brave and talk to your users. Thank you. One last thing. If any of you feel that being a developer is too much, you care very much about your user, Stampede is hiring UIUX designers. No experience required, but you need to have a general interest. We also have an apprenticeship where the only people who do a UIUX apprenticeship in Malaysia. We'll be looking to do our next intake probably around February, but you can start putting in your applications now, and they're linked here. So yeah, please feel free to apply. Come and talk to me afterwards if you're interested. I have lots of comments. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. And now we will open the floor to any questions. So, any physical attendees here, if you have any questions for Zoe, you can just raise your hand. And for the virtual attendees, you can just type in your question into the chat room, and I'll have to read it out. Yeah, right. So, any questions for Zoe? Just raise your hand. Yes.
Hello. Okay. My name is Muhammad Anas Bin and I'm a student from UIUX MIIT. So right now I'm currently developing a mobile app with my own brother, and we have completed the functional part, and currently we doing the design. And I learned that Android and iOS they both have different design. Apps like WhatsApp, Telegram. So for iOS user and Android user, why the design different from each device? So
Thank you for the question.
Okay. You're asking like an age-old question about why tech companies do things differently. Their philosophies on things are a little different, and they hire different designers. Even though design has kind of moved in a direction where there's some commonalities, where you expect certain icons to mean certain things, there's certain standards, depending on the brand or the company, they sometimes just try to do things a little differently because their philosophy is different. Or they just want to be visually different so that you know when you're using an iPhone and you know when you're using Android. It's a branding thing. Some of it is around usability, some of it's not. So it's a combination of like taste, differentiation of experience, and ultimately just like you just have a different philosophy. Yeah, that's it.
Right, so we hope that answered the question. And is there any other question? And also the virtual attendees, if you guys can. Yeah.
Hello, hi, my name is Arnon. I'm a student. So I have a question about, I want to ask your opinion about our MySejahtera apps because I have heard some on social media. Some of the US designers say that if they have given a chance, they want to choose a little bit about this part and this part in terms of user experience. So I want to listen from you, your opinion about the MySejahtera app. Thank you.
So I think the interesting thing about MySejahtera is that, so MySejahtera actually started as a company that's focused around KPIs for business and for HR, and it actually evolved into MySejahtera. And it's always a different thing from when you go from only having one or two users, or like obviously not one or two, small number of companies, and then there's an entire country using your app. So a lot of people are going to notice different things. I think the thing about MySejahtera is that you need to figure out what the key functions of it are, and you see that they've made some changes over time, like they made certain things bigger, they made buttons better. So I think that they're moving in the right direction. But ultimately, they still have room to make improvements, and I hope that they do this by seeing where things change. Some of the things that they do don't follow the 10 principles of the Nielsen Group, which are usability. So, like what you're expecting it to do, having sufficient feedback. If you press a button, does this do what you expect it to do? It doesn't do all of those things, but like I said, it's not necessarily their fault. UX in Malaysia is a really young industry. There's not many people who think about it. I hope that they have the opportunity to go and do some intended testing, see where people get stuck, and then they can tweak it and improve it over time.
Thank you. So, is there any other questions for Zoe? All right. So, thank you very much for Zoe for the sharing, and now we'll move on to the next topic.
Thanks, guys.
If you don't, you probably have friends around you who take selfie, and probably you also take group tea with your friends during special events like modeling. So if you are interested in computer vision and computer modeling, you can also, ask her some questions about it.
Just now asking the question, the two guys, this is already, this is a free gift for you.
Yeah, there are free gifts for physical attendees who ask questions. So be more active and then gather some questions to ask, and then you can win yourself some free gifts.
Oh, the resolution. Where's your? Sorry, I'm not familiar in window. Where's your
At the
setting?
same time,
The
right
resolution
now is
setting.
the link for women techmakers platform. And if you are interested in joining women techmakers, you can follow up with like as well after the talk.
Today, long time no see so many faces for a while because of the MCO and all. Right. Let's get started. So today I'm going to give a sharing session on real-time AR selfie using machine learning. Before we start, may I know how many of you have some background in AI or computer vision? Nice. Maybe this one will be interesting to you. And for others, don't worry so much. It won't be too technical, but you may understand some of the engineering behind. Of course, if you would like to try on the coding itself, it's also a good opportunity. So for the flow today, right, I'll be starting with a very simple introduction and then give a little bit background on the open source third-party library that I'm using to do this AR selfie, which is the MediaPipe face mesh. And then we'll go through a few use cases with codes and demo. Then I'll wrap up with summary and quick Q&A session. Right, let's begin. So everyone here likes to take selfie, right? Take photos, everyone, during the events, special moments, or even just for fun. And there are a lot of interesting apps for you to create the very interesting, funny stickers on your face. Like the first one, you have the rabbit and the nose on your face. Then the second one is actually is augmented glasses spectacles to your face. The third one is just the crown. Then some other more interesting one would be this one is doing a bit of 3D cartoonize your face. And then some other spectacles and then the glasses and all. So a lot of us play with these selfie apps before, but have you ever wondered
what is this super awesome technology that can be this fun and cool? Anyone knows? It's okay. Right. It's good. Partially, it's just part of it, but then it's also combined with some of the computer vision algorithms to do different effects. But you got part of it is correct. Right. It's so let's learn something new today together. So first of all, what is augmented reality? Augmented reality is basically a technology that adds virtual contents onto the real life environment. So the example we are showing here is the like a mobile phone app. You are putting like the animal ears and nose to your face. Those ears and nose are basically the virtual contents. The difference between the augmented reality and virtual reality is that the virtual reality, right, you need to have the special device, the glasses, and wearing the glasses, right, you can't actually see the real environment anymore. So this is the difference between the augmented reality and the virtual reality. It's quite similar, but yet there are differences. So what are the challenges in making this AR selfie? One of the challenge, right, is that in the face itself, it has a lot of landmarks. We have the eyes, nose, and mouth, and doing it on the photo, it's okay. But there are some technical things that we need to handle. But then, how about doing it in video? As we talk or smile or making some facial expression, it will make it much more challenging because then your AR effects needs to be mapped directly to your face and showing it at real life. As you are talking or moving, you have the ears still stick with you. So, well, after we talk about the challenges, right, then the question is, how are we going to solve it, right? The solution of it. There are different ways of doing it, or different libraries available. The most popular one that is available in the market, which normally people use to do some prototype work are the Edit library. Is available that it actually can also provide the key landmark points on the face. By using all these landmark points, you can actually generate the different effects. So today I'm going to share with you another third-party library by Google open source, which is called MediaPipe. So MediaPipe is actually a cross-platform open source library by Google, and it covers different platforms for web. We have the TensorFlow JS, and then also for mobile phones for the AR core technology. And then also you can do it on the desktop itself using Python or C++ code, which makes this very powerful. So here are some of the ML solutions offered by MediaPipe. We have the face detection, face mesh, iris detection, the hand gesture, and then the posture is basically when you move around, like doing yoga and all, you can actually detect some of the key landmark points of your body. And the holistic is basically a combination between face and also the posture recognition. Besides that, there are also this hair segmentation whereby you can directly segment up your hair and do a color. Let's say if you want to New Year, right, coming New Year or Christmas, you want to have dye your hair to celebrate and make a new makeover. You can try on your let's say you have an app, you can try different color tone to see which match your face tone color better. Then we have the object detection, box tracking, motion tracking, objectron, and knife. There are a lot of solutions available in their media pipe, but the one that we will be talking about is on the second one, the face mesh. So, like I said before, the media pipe is actually available in different platforms for mobile platform, or the C++ and Python for the desktop, or even for the edge devices. And then we have the JavaScript. So what is face mesh library? Basically, it's actually a 3D end-to-end neural network timeline, which contains 468 vertices on your face. The other libraries, like DLib, right, basically is only consists of 68. So with the much more condensed landmark points, right, it will make your effects much smoother. But of course, then it will take up more resources. So this is a bit of the pro and cons of the library. So I'd like to also highlight here is that the topology of these landmark points, right, is specifically designed in a way that when on the region of interest, like the eye, nose, and the mouth, it actually are more dense. There are more key points here. So that when you do the rendering effects, right, it will be it doesn't look like tracking that much. The face region, the triangle region is a bit larger than the other part. So in a nutshell, the media pipe face mesh actually contains two ML models, like our friend mentioned, The first one is actually the face detection model, whereby on a photo itself, right? How do we know is there a face there, is there a human there, and where is the human face? So this is the first step. Then from the human's face, then we need to extract all the key data points for other data processes. And with the media pipe face mesh, it's all already available. So you can just directly apply the library, and you don't have to do a lot of technical machine learning training and all to get started with. So another optimization that offered by the media pipe is that it actually already has the inference and tracking available in the timeline, meaning that because it's kind of heavy to keep on recalculate all the landmark points frame by frame on a video, right? So what it does is it has mechanism to do the tracking. Like when we move around, there is a rotation angle occurs. Then with the tracking mechanism, then it will minimize the recalculation of the landmark points. Where is the position of it? So this is an example using the media pipe face mesh. The red box, right, is basically like showing the rotation angle or alignment of the face. And the green dots basically is the key landmark points of the contour, face contour, eyes, and mouth. So as you see, this one is actually a GIF file directly covered from a video stream. So it's really like real time. You can directly get the landmark points directly You don't really have to use special device or powerful device. Now let's go through a lot of technical theory works, right? So let's go through some interesting use cases whereby you can directly see the application of it. So I'm going to share two use cases here today. One is, the first one will be for the virtual lip makeup. So in here, I'll just do a very simple sharing of the flow diagram. So when for the start, right, you have the input image or the video. Video frame is basically the image from the video. Then from that image, right, we will try to, using the media pack face match library, we will detect the face and the face landmarks. Then we will check if there's a face on the photo. If there's no, then we cannot proceed with any other method, right? So if there's a face detector, then we proceed. Using that face region and the face landmark points that we detect, we will then narrow down for our use case. We just want to have the lip landmarks. Then from the lip landmarks, right, we just apply a lip color mask to get the effect of makeup effect. I will show you some of the code snippets and the very brief flow of it. So the first step is we take a image. This is a famous Lena image for computer vision. So from the source image, right, using the media pack face match library, we are able to detect the key points of key landmark points of the face. And from the third step is from the key landmark points, right? We just interested on the lips of the case. So then we just highlight the lips. The other landmark points we just ignore it because we don't want to do any process. So once we have the lip region right, then we just apply a lip color mask. For this example, I just choose a pink color, then we just redraw overlay on the lip region. So it looks like a red color. So this application, right, if you think back some of the apps that you use, right, to prettify your face, right, actually a lot of ways you're just using this. But then you apply different algorithms. Maybe if you want to do eyeliners or blush, or even if you want to whiten your skin tone color and all, the back-end concepts are very similar, but the computer vision algorithm will just apply different ones to get the different effects. So far so good. Cool, right? Actually, once you know it right, you just reapply it for different effects on it. That's it. The second use case that I would like to share with you is on the face swapping, or it can be also consider like you do a face painting or face masking, or you just swap with a different person's face. I think you can see a lot of funny news around actually. So let's see how it actually works behind the screen. So very similar. The first step, we pick the input image on the video frame. Then using the media pack face match library, we will then detect the face and the landmark points for the first step. Of course, the same things are, if there's no face landmark points detected, then we can just skip that frame, that photo, because we can't apply apply our selfie there. Then, if there's face landmark points detected, then here is the computer vision algorithms or process to make the space swapping. First, we will take the key landmark points and do a triangulations. Why? Because imagine our face, right? Actually, if it's a big region, I'm not saying your face is big, but it's a big region. If you just want to take the whole thing and exchange a different face, because there are a lot of details in your face, right? So to make it a smooth transition, you will triangulate different pieces on your face, and then the source and the destination image, and then we will extract the triangle out and wrap it around, and then transfer the wrapped triangle space to the destination triangle face. I'll show you some photos and you will understand better. Then that's it. So what it means, right? With photos, you will understand better. For this example, I'll just take two images. The first one, the source image is a kid with a face painting of a tiger. Then the destination image again is using the Lena image. So we want to apply the same effect, the tiger face painting onto the destination image. So first we will just load these two images into the system, and we will detect all the landmark points. Using the detected landmark points, right, we will just triangulate the small triangles so that we will actually map every single triangles from the source to the destination. Like for this case, right, we purposely choose these two images. Is the source image, right, is a frontal image, but the destination one is slightly rotated side image, side angle one. But if you just we take your face and apply it right on your destination image, you will get a funny rotated face because it's actually in a different angle. So to avoid that, we will just take triangle by triangle and transform it to the position of the destination image. So then for the small triangles, right, we will just wrap it up the whole face, and then we will just transform it to the destination. So in this process, right, we can actually see that the angle is already being transformed directly already. So after that, we will just put back consider as a background, the region that's outside of the face, back to the image, blend it together, then you actually looks like you already swap the face to your output image. This technology, right, actually is, or the concept backend is very similar if you want to, let's say, swap the face of your security. Maybe, let's say, who is your favorite celebrity? Sorry? Anyone, any singer, Adele, then you can just put it in or some your friends' photos, you can directly apply. It's very similar to the band network. Right. Let's take a look of the demo. I will show you.
Shopee, zoom out a bit. Will you show your code or how? Will you show your code or how?
Cannot run. I mean, I can run, but they cannot see. If I do full screen, I should test it before. Sorry. Yeah. Skip it.
It's okay. Can you just put back the normal resolution? And then you need a demo, right? Yeah. It's okay. You just show it.
Can see. I think can.
Just using scroll.
Can. Because I cannot scroll to the left also.
Oh, yes, it's right. Okay. Wait, let's try check the ratio. Sorry. Your setting. The setting is on. Can you click back your setting?
Never mind. I think never mind. I think I just show the photo.
Oh,
Should be fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Can.
Sorry.
Sorry, you cannot really see the codes, but I can explain to the voice. So this is basically what I have uploaded to the collapse interface. Then applying the face mesh library, right? I can basically get the very nice landmark points of the face and triangulate it. So for this step, I just would like to show that from the triangle or landmark points that is selected, right, we can actually get the face contour and also the eyes region, nose and the mouth region, the position of the face. Having detected these different regions, right, for the eyes and the lips and all, you can apply different application or use cases algorithm. So let's take a look on the makeup itself. So this is the lip region extracted out from the face mesh, and then I'll just apply a color mask. You can do the similar process if, let's say, you want to put the makeup on the eyes or blush, or with the face region, right? The whole face region, you can actually also like do a whitening effect inside it. So this is the first demo on the virtual makeup. Next, I would like to show you the face swapping. it cannot grab the frame because I'm doing the live streaming. It's already using my webcam. Yes. I can't.
With because your streamer is using my webcam already, so I cannot take the video the camera. Can we just stop the
You see, yeah, if I open my mouth, right, it's rendering already. So you can directly have a very, very live checking effects apply instead of just a very stagnant photo. You can do it like a video streaming with funny effects. Luckily, I can show you this. So it's actually very interesting and cool in a way. Any questions so far? Can. So these are the very simple demo and on the use cases and the effects. But besides that, right, using the very similar concept behind, we can actually do different applications as well. Like with the key landmark points detector, right? There are research people are working on trying to predict is a male or female character based on your facial characteristic. Or some people, it's not the real gender, but how masculine or feminine your face looks like. Or the other one is like with the eyes or face movement, right? You can actually predict if it's a happy face or a sad face. If the eyes is frowning, then maybe it's a sad one or angry one. Then the other one would be the face morphing. Basically, is the similar to the face swapping technology. The virtual makeover is similar to the makeup one. And the face replacement also similar to the swapping. So, having said all this, right, the key takeaways for this session is that the really concept or engineering behind the AR selfie itself, it involves actually two main processes. One is on the face detection and the landmark detections, which use the ML model or ML algorithm. After that, we can apply different computer vision on image processing algorithms to get different effects. You want to make your face slimmer and things like that, you can actually apply on the face region. Second point is that you don't really have to do a lot of background technical ML training to get started. There's already an ML algorithm open source available by Google, the media pack face match. You can directly use it to start doing some interesting projects. The third one will be like just now we have already explored some of the use cases on the selfie filters using the media pack like this. I hope this will be interesting and useful to you all. So,
thank you very much, Lai Fong, for the very interesting AI sharing. And now we'll open the Q&A session to all of you. And do you have any questions for Lai Fong? Oh, yeah.
Okay, my name is Kumar Lafri. I'm also an AI developer for Center Multimedia in USN. Everything's made using Python, right?
Yes.
Oh, is it also can be used using Unity?
Unity is actually a different library, which is also very popular for 3D rendering. I think they have their own library for detecting the face landmarks. So, in a way, it's a bit like a different method from this one. Instead of using the media pack, you can use the Unity library or algorithms to do the similar projects.
Thank you for the question. And is there any other questions? Wow, okay.
Okay, my name is Hima and I'm a student, and this is my personal creation, which is I use a VR, which is a virtual reality that I included together with the AR, but when they come out are different. So is that because of the solution that they use is kind of different, or that the AR is not supported with the VR?
Sorry, what do you mean by different?
It's not, we know that VR and AR is a different part, right? But when they are used together, but they are not to be in combined. Like they have some like run out of the images or some like they run out of the visualities. Is it because of they are not used to it, or this is different?
If I understand your question correctly, I think you're facing the problem whereby sometimes it's a bit like not smooth or something is out of the frame, right? Yeah. This is kind of common challenge in VR or AR because at the backend is running the algorithm intensively, especially for video frame, right? Imagine for the higher resolution you are using, the more pixel value you have in a single image. And for one frame, right? What should I say? For let's say, because nowadays the camera is getting more and more advanced. You get 30 frames per second or 60 frames per second and all. That means that 1 second you actually have 60 frames or 30 frames. And one frame, each of the frames you need to run this algorithm at the backend. And let's say for a very short clip, right? Just 3-second clips. 3 seconds times 30 frames, you are actually processing 90 frames for 1 second. So it's very, very intense. That's why I think sometimes it just can't do it real time. It can be solved in different ways. It needs to see the different approaches. One is it possible to upgrade the hardware or not? It could be the hardware limitation. Or you can also try to optimize the algorithm part. Try to find a more lightweight solution to do all this image processing and all. Third one could be you just try to skip the frames. So for 1 second, right, you don't really need to have run the whole process for all the 30 frames because our eyes won't be able to see that much. If let's say you are skipping the frames, right, you make the process smoother, then you won't see the lag or the out of tune section. These are a few tricks that we normally apply. Hope it helps.
Thank you for that. I remember there are 2 more questions there, right? Hi, my name is Atira and I'm a student. So actually I have 2 questions. The first one would be from the use case that you showed just now. It's about the face swapping. Is it possible to swap like animal face into human face? Or is it like using the same vertices of like 460?
Very interesting question. You are a very creative person. try to imagine how you want to further extend the applications, right? It depends on the algorithm. The first thing is, because the first step is we try to detect the face, right? Depends if the algorithm or the ML model is trained to just detect the face or not. If it can somehow still recognize the animal face and get the vertices of triangles from the animal face, then yes, we can apply. If not, then yeah, the alternative is you may need to get a different ML model that can do the same trick. It depends how you look at it. It can be a advantage or disadvantage because it's supposed to detect a face, a human face. But if it also detect let's say a panda face, in ML side, right, or AI side, we would think that the model is actually overfitting because we just try to consider all the different faces as a human face. But it can be done in that way also. If the third option is that if you really want to do that, you don't find any ML model or algorithm, right, then you need to start training the ML model that can recognize a panda face or a tiger face. Then you can just apply the same process. The main thing is you need to be able to get the key points now.
So for the next question, all right, for the second question, okay. What is the, okay, we're focusing on the human facial recognition or the geometric solution. What is the precision or the accuracy percentage?
To be honest, I didn't really check on that part. I think it's actually published and not being shared on the accuracy itself. But from the projects that I've been working on, it's not very smooth in a way. I didn't really benchmark the accuracy there. Yes, definitely. I think they wouldn't open source it if it's below 90%.
Right, so thank you for questions. Is there any other? I think I see you. Hi, I'm Nima from Digital Penang. So my question is there any other languages that you can use other than Python? So the question is there any other languages other than Python?
Specifically for media pack library, is actually also available in different languages for mobile. It also supports mobile platforms for the Android and iOS. Specifically, yeah, just using the AR core if you are from the mobile development. Then, besides Pythons, if you are just doing a desktop application, right, you can use the C++ or Python. The third option is JavaScript. JavaScript, you use the TensorFlow class, but they will support it in the pack. The Coral is actually, you know, Google Coral, right? The Edge device is for the IoT. So depends on what applications you would like to use. For face mesh, it's actually available in all languages for the mobile, for the desktop, or for the web development.
Thank you. So the language still depends on the type of application.
Right.
And then is that okay.
Hello, my name is Mari from I have a question for ML and AI is we can let the AI to learn from the face recognition, which means we can show the name, we can detect the face and show their name, right? So then nowadays there is a technology for police use for detect any criminal that want to say or more faster to find the criminal that AI to detect their face, detect people with a camera around the nation to detect their location.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, AI is we can put an image to AI to learn from their detected face, something like
Recognize the person.
okay. Is there a technology that police have been used to detect a criminal that not image, so they can find easy to find the location or anything?
This question, right, is very interesting. It's more on the application side, it's not on the technology itself. It really depends. Different country, different policies. Like China is used everywhere. There are CCTV everywhere. They are actually detecting who is crossing the road when next red line. Directly, it's already part of the screen already, and they actually link it to the security of social media system with that point. Then you know certain point maybe you cannot renew your driving license and you must not. So this is on in China, but in the Western countries like US or UK, Westerners are kind of focused on the human privacy. They don't like the face being taken without their consent. So it's different culture, we say. So for that one, they have a lot of working, and even if they grow up in certain cities, right, people are challenging and put it into court case to abolish all this technology using the face recognition. But in Malaysia, there are a few mega projects that is ongoing. One is last time is in Penang. They are trying to also apply the CCTV. The one I think is using the AWS facial recognition, but not that successful. But I think from time to time in Malaysia, people are raising this suggestion to apply the facial recognition to get the criminals and things like that. But I think there is still a long way to go. And there is, sorry, to add on that, right? I think I read a news article that there are also a suggestion for the police to have the facial recognition glasses or spectacles that can actually directly, when they do, let's say, giving a summon, right? Sometimes there people are like fighting or there are cases that they say they are not doing anything wrong, and try to take a video of the policeman. So to protect all these things, there is also a suggestion to have this equipment for the police force in Malaysia. But I didn't see it roll out yet. It could be happening, but we are not sure.
Thank you for the reply, and maybe you can work on this and help our government to apply this into and solve the criminal issues. And is there any other questions for Ms. Lai Fong? Okay.
It's good that you are interested in this topic.
Hello, my name is Azhar. I'm currently studying in Bachelor of Software Engineering. My question is, what are the appropriate references for learning augmented reality? My question is, what are the appropriate references for learning augmented reality?
Appropriate source.
Do you mean resources available to learn AI? Yeah.
All right. Very good question. Meaning that you are interested to try it out, right? A few things that you may want to consider. First is if you are doing it for web development or for mobile phone or for just a desktop. There are different libraries available in the languages you would like to choose first. So that's one. If it's on media pack, right, I will share you some of the references here. Then you will get the slide later from the organization. These are some of the reference that for you to kickstart using the media pack library. It's open source and you can get it from GitHub. If you are working in Python, right, very simple, you just click install media pack. You can have the library already. And there are some of the documents available. Maybe I can just click it. So from here you can access to different sources here. There are source code available, example available in the reference link here. This could be a good start for you. Or if you are interested in other library, let's say Unity or Link, you can find the resources other places. I would think the three main starting point now. You can either try the media pack one, the one that I shared, or the common use a lot is also the Link library. The third one will be the Unity.
Thank you for the answer. And is there any other question? And also any other question from the chat room from virtual participants? No. All right. So I guess we can close the Q&A session now. And then thank you very much for Lai Fong for the talk. And I believe all the slides and code will be shared on our social media after the event has ended. So you guys can refer to the slides and code and maybe you can start on a AR project and strengthen your technical profile. And
Share to us later next time when you have done any of these projects. And if you are interested to see more of the demo, right, try to look for me. I can show you some other demos. Maybe it's not so clear when I share it in the screen.
yeah, hello. Yeah, so after this, you can approach iPhone and talk to her if you have any other concerns about this. All right, and then we will move into our lunch session, which we will be providing lunch to all of you, and we will stay right at the same room, and we will have our lunch here. And for your information, there is actually some slots Please open your app. If your friends are not back yet, you can ping them and ask them to come back. Alright, so here is the game pin 4097470. 4097470. So you can join the conversation using this pin, and there will be some delay on this screen because it is live stream, but you can still access the questions in real time using your mobile application. Right, so we can see some participants popping in, Arif and Chee, hi. And let's wait for more participants to join us. And let me repeat again, you can access this Kahoot via your browser using www.kahoot.com using the pin 4097470. So we have 9 participants currently. And for your information, attendees, from the virtual attendees, you can also join our call session. Even though there will be some delay on the screen, but you can still join the game in real time using your application. So you can just refer to the question on your mobile app later. Alright, 16 participants popping in. Abang Sarawak, hello. Okay, we see Dada, Death Note, X Relax, Tira, Mochi, Tuturu, okay. Iskandar, Zoe, KZ. Hello, Suya. Alright, Abang Khan, so you are from Khan, is it? Right, 18 participants popping in. Bobo. Okay. 20 participants. Let's wait for more. Mochi Mochi. Uncle Hades. Alright, and for those winners of the call session, you will be awarded some prizes, but the prizes will only be available for Malaysians. Both virtual and physical. Hello, and the prizes are available for virtual and physical attendance, so all of you are invited to join. Alright. I guess some people are still coming back from their lunch break. You can wait some more time. Alright, I see Abang UniKL. I guess this is the GDS unit from UniKL, is it? Yeah. James Wu and Nabila. Good luck later. I hope that you have paid attention to the sharing just now so that you can answer the question later. And all the best in winning the prizes. Ira. Alright, 27 participants. Let me repeat the game pin. You can join using 4097470. Right, so now we have 29 participants. The newest participant is Jon Snow. Very interesting. Okay. Ayin. Alright, I guess we can start the call session now. Alright, so please look at your mobile app because it will be in real-time question and the screen in front will be a little bit delayed. All the best. What is the name of our community chapter? GDG Penang, Butterworth, Pulau Penang, or George Town? It's easy, right? You can just look at our flags. Please don't get it wrong, okay? That'll be awkward. Right, let's look at the results. Yeah, most of you got it right. It's not GDG Connect, it is George Town. GDG GT. Good job, by the way. And then, congratulations, Key Abang Kak and Abang UGTL. Congratulations. Then moving on, who is our next speaker? Do you have any idea? Have you scanned the QR code? Is it Ada Wong, Booker David, Kevin Ang, or Gail Newell? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, most of you have answered it. Yeah, good job. I guess you have paid attention at the schedule. So it is Kevin Ang who is our next speaker. And he will be delivering a very interesting talk. Oh yeah, our GDS unit is coming up to top 1. And then Tuturu is also, which below is not an Android version. Android cupcake, pop tart, donut, or eclair. I think it's cupcake, right? It is delicious. Is it cupcake or pop tart? Have you heard about it? Answer is pop tart. So Android pop tart is not one of the versions, and the others are. So let's look at the leaderboard. Oh, Iskandar is coming up, and Abang Sarawak, and Mochi Mochi. There's a fire streak beside Mochi Mochi. Google wanted in 1997 to sell their search engine system to Yahoo for $2 million. Is it true? False? Have you guys heard about this news? If you don't, you can just bet on it. You have 50% chance of getting it right. Oh, it's true. Great job on that 18 people. And let's look at the leaderboard. Wow, Iskandar is still on the top 1, and then Abang Sarawak and Mochi Mochi. Good job. To the 5th question, which below is a Penang famous dish? Char Kway Teow, laksa, chendol, or all of the above? Do this dish have many names? Is it laksa? Laksa is spicy, right? This seems to be spicy. Or chendol? Chendol. Oops. Let's look at the leaderboard. Seems like you are very familiar with Penang. And good job to Bobo and Iskandar. Alright, the 6th question. Electronic numerical integrator and computer is the name of the first computer invented. Is it true or false? Agree that you have learned about it during your first year, right? If you have taken the module of computer system, organization, and architecture, let's look at the. Wow, yeah, it is true. Good job to 21 people. And Sarawak, congratulations. And Bobo and Green is coming up. Good job. And to the last question, who will win this cup? Who is known as the father of computers? Nikola Tesla, Alan Turing, Michael Faraday, or Charles Babbage? Father of computers. Tesla, Faraday, Turing, or Charles? Yeah, the answer is Charles. I hear some people yelling Charles just now. Yeah. So who is the winner? Our winner is Ring Ring and the first place. Congratulations. And Bobo, second place. And our winner of the day. You are Alam Sarawak. And who is Bobo? Oh, congratulations. And Rinrin? Rinrin? Is Rinrin here? Oh, and maybe Rinrin is a virtual attendee.
I guess so.
I guess so, yeah. So congratulations. We will send out the prizes to all of you later. And thank you for participating in this Kahoot session. All right. And then after the Kahoot session, I believe that all of you are feeling more refreshed from your lunch break. And we shall continue with the upcoming talks. And now we have Kevin Ang with us, and he is on the board of two companies. He's also a DeFi and Web 3.0 enthusiast, and he is appointed as the Polygonmatic advocate and subsequently voted as the community curator track globally. Kevin is also one of the earliest founding members of Polygon Ecosystem DAO, which is currently giving out a lot of grants to Web 3.0 projects worldwide. And today, Kevin will be introducing us the world of Web 3.0, where decentralized apps are changing the world of finance, art, gaming, and others. So in case if you haven't noticed, top tech talents in the world are increasingly investing more in this field. And if you have heard about smart contract-enabled blockchains like Ethereum and Polygonmatic, now it is the time to learn how to build on.
At least done a swap on Uniswap or like LP or something, or buy some NFTs, things like that. Doesn't matter if it's Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, Avalanche, Phantom. Wow. Have any of you built any decentralized apps before? Now we're gonna fix that. So, but first I'm gonna be very straightforward. This is not about price talk. We're not gonna talk about asset prices go up, go down, we don't care. Right? We're talking about building apps of value on a blockchain that makes sense. This is what Web 3.0 is all about. In case you haven't noticed, I'm sure that some of you have noticed about NFTs, NFT gaming, things like that. The world is waking up to Web 3.0 now. What is Web 3.0? Fancy name, right? What is Web 3.0? What is it all about? What forms the foundation of it? What kind of stack they're using? How you can leverage on what you've learned from 1.0, 2.0, and what's happening in 3.0. For this, I'll be introducing someone from Polygon team directly to talk more about it. Gobita, can we have the stream? Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Kevin. Yeah, I think you should be able to hear me now, right? Hello? Hello, am I audible?
Hey, Gobita. Hey, man.
Yeah, hi. Hi, Kevin.
Yeah, go
Am I
ahead. Do your thing.
Okay, cool. Hi everyone. It's excited to meet all of people from Georgetown, and I think it is afternoon there. So it is excited. I am pretty excited to meet all of you. And again, thanks to Kevin and other organizers of this community to having me here. And even I am more excited to share you some of the stuff about Web3 and Polygon and all the things that are happening now. I will just straight away dive into the slides so that we can get started. Okay. Yep. Yeah. So I think you can see my slides, right? Yeah, so my name is Gopinath and I work for Polygon. I take care of validator engagement and other few things, and also I do all these workshops, sessions, any kind of developer on reach programs within Polygon. So yes, even though the Web3 is not something that is very new, things has been getting started from around 2017, I think. But the main wave of Web3 is happening just on 2021. So this is the right year to learn about anything about Web3. And even though the term is pretty much thrown out very broadly right now, I want to give some specific idea about Web3. So feel free to raise questions and share your ideas in between whenever you want to. I would be very happy to answer about all your questions. Yeah. So to give you a bird's eye view on Web3, right? So this is the total landscape and total evolution of the Web3 itself. If you go back to I can say 1980s or even 1990s, the internet was just a few very basic things. It was just wires and network, and everything was hardware. There was not much software. The web that we see now was not even there actually. So after I can say that the early 1990s and afterwards, the Web 1.0 was just coming up, and there were these kind of search engines and the other online portals started coming up. It was pretty much static, you can say. It is just read only. You won't do all these interactive things that we can do right now, right? Web 1.0 was basically, it is just a read only static format. You can just look up certain information and that's it. That's about it. There was nothing much to do there. Afterwards, Web 2.0 happened and the things became more dynamic. The web itself became more interactive. Think about Dropbox, the social media sites like Facebook, Twitter, even Google upgraded to Gmail, YouTube. So these kind of things became more interactive, more social, and the e-commerce happened. So the web became more interactive from being read only. So that was the third evolution of the internet. And then towards the end of 2020, I can say 2018, 2019, 20, even now, the internet has evolved to Web 3. That is what everyone is excited about right now, right? So it combines the read and write and also the dynamic interactive nature of the Web 2.0 and also trust verifiable plus ownership. So that the last thing that I told, the ownership idea, that opens up a lot of interesting possibilities, and that is what is going to be the future going forward from 2021. So, like, anyone has any thoughts about this? Any questions here, or should I just go to the next slide? Okay. Yeah, I am moving on. Feel free to ask questions, as I said. So first, I would like to say what Web3 is not, right? The mental model of Web3 is not like an technology actually. So when you think about Web 2.0, you see it as a technology. You see the server, you see the MVC architecture, you see the databases, you see the cloud. So you kind of think it as a technology alone. That is what how we have been seeing Web 2.0 as. But Web3 is not like that. If you think about, the technology is just a little part of Web3. There are even more other things that are kind of coming under the Web 3 concept. So it is actually like a umbrella term for an open and decentralized principles from which the future code, technology, money and economy, and ownership and governance are going to change. So all of these are rooted in the same principle of open and decentralized. So first we have to think about what the open and decentralized is about. Why do we have to even think about that, right? So let me expand a little bit about the idea of open and decentralized. I won't go much in detail about that because that itself will take a lot of time. So think about the open source community that is not found in any other technological domains. That is very unique and that is very, I can say that is very original to the software community. Think about Linux, Android, all these open technologies, open source technologies, and even JavaScript libraries, Python-based technologies, and even the databases like Postgres. So without these kind of open source technologies, that kind of technology that we are having wouldn't be possible, right? So that is the same case of having this open and decentralized means the amount of ownership that you can have on these kind of technologies. It is not like a closed single siloed ecosystem that is controlling all these technologies, right? When you say decentralized, the ownership is going to be distributed. So each of the user of a product of a platform is going to share the ownership with the who is the platform provider. So that is how the landscape is going to evolve, not just within technology, but also towards economy, towards ownership and governance. Governance in the sense the way the companies are going to be built. You might have heard about DAOs, right? Decentralized autonomous organization. So these are all like a new type of product building platforms that are evolving, that is totally coming under the Web3 landscape. So among these, as per the today's context of this session, I will focus only on the code and tech infrastructure side, considering the limitation of the time. But there are a lot of things to talk about: the money aspect of Web3, as well as the ownership and governance aspect of Web3. So let's talk about what Web3 means in terms of technology that is rooted in open and decentralized way. So we always talk about the stack, right? Technology, tech stack, full stack. So when you think about how it will look like in Web3 evolution, Web3 stack, this is how it will be. So obviously at the consumer facing end and on the top, you will have the applications that are running that we are going to use every day, right? So these applications are going to be powered by nodes. Nodes in the sense, I mean decentralized nodes. If you have the concept comes from distributed computing, where the nodes are just a distributed form of each computation, but that sits everywhere. That is totally distributed. And these nodes are even, I can say, powered by protocols, blockchains, and the blockchains are, even if you break down the idea of blockchain, that is made up of smart contracts. So what do we mean by smart contracts, right? If you think about smart contracts, it's nothing but the code, but it also means that there is a digital ledger that is also immutable and also distributed. Immutable in the sense, once a transaction happens, you cannot go and change something. So it is a fraud proof, it is a tamper proof, you can say. So that is the main thing about smart contracts. And everyone owns the copy of the ledger, so that the ownership kind of happens in that way. So these smart contracts power the blockchain. And so blockchain, if you want to understand the term, there was not really a term actually. If you read the Satoshi Nakamoto's white paper, he has mentioned block somewhere and chain somewhere. It is kind of a, you can say in a way that it is a kind of a linked list where there are chunks of data which are called as blocks, and these are linked to, each block is linked to the previous block and also the next block. So that is how the blockchain works. It borrows the principles from the database as well and also the server as well. So that changes how the data and also the networking is going to work in a decentralized way and also the immutable digital ledger way. And we have some DSLs and also few general purpose languages like the Solidity is a DSL. It is almost like a JavaScript, and Viper is like a again it's a DSL built by that is targeting to EVM, Ethereum Virtual Machine. That is more like a Python. Clarity is another DSL that is targeting to the Bitcoin protocol, and also Rust is like this is a general purpose language that most of us know right already. So that I think there are nowadays even there is a Ethereum implementation of Rust, and also the protocols like Solana uses Rust mainly. There are even more projects that are built basically on Rust itself. So when you look at the picture of how the stack will look like, this is how you can visualize. So as I said, on top there is this application or the client facing side, which is the browser, and this browser will talk to the protocol extensible developer tools, APIs, and other languages which I have just mentioned. And again, this layer is going to be powered by two sets of protocols, L1 and L2 protocols, which are like if you think about the operating system, these are like APIs that talks to the hardware. So at the end, we have these peer-to-peer technologies that you might have seen even way back for BitTorrent and the other similar sites. So these kind of peer-to-peer and also computation description languages are the ones that are like a kernel that you can say that it's like a hardware of the entire Web3 stack. Okay, so I'm just pausing a little bit if you have any questions here, or I can move along. Okay, so I will proceed with the next thing. So Ethereum, right? So I will just talk a little bit on Ethereum itself. Ethereum is built on top of the same decentralized and also peer-to-peer principles that was pioneered by Bitcoin. But Bitcoin is the scope of Bitcoin is limited to only the currency, the idea of a cryptocurrency. But Ethereum addresses the other things. How can we apply these ideas that is beyond cryptocurrency? The how software is going to be distributed and how the gaming is going to work, or even the other things, right? Even the healthcare or manufacturing. How can we apply the same principles of peer-to-peer cryptocurrency to all these different domains? That is the one thing that Ethereum wants to address. It wants to apply the same thing to a broader scope. So it is almost like it is a cryptocurrency as well as it is a protocol, and as well as it is a software distribution platform. So it takes all these principles and combine them together. And there are interesting projects that are being built on Ethereum, and Ethereum is driving mainly the Web3 adoption. So let me talk about Polygon here. Polygon is the layer 2 of Ethereum. So what do I mean by layer 2 here is that Ethereum is the layer 1, it is the main layer, it is like a parent. Polygon is like a child chain, you can say. It depends on Ethereum. It is like a built around Ethereum. So why do we need L2 is that even though Ethereum was focused on these kind of broader ideas, there were some shortcomings of Ethereum. which are like mainly the scaling problems and also high costs, high gas prices. So Polygon addresses the exact these two things mainly: the scalability of Ethereum and also the high cost fees of Ethereum. So if you picture how the Polygon works, it is around Ethereum sits in the core, and Polygon is on the around that core. So all these transactions happen on the Polygon L2 layer, and with very less gas fee, and also in a very quick, it takes very less time to do all the transaction. I can roughly say in Ethereum, for every transaction it takes 14 to 16 seconds in an average. In Polygon, it just in an average it is like a 2 or 2.5 seconds. So that is how much L2 is helping Ethereum become even more getting adopted. So both are complementary. Ethereum is doing its own job as a L1 layer. Polygon is helping Ethereum to do other things better by addressing these problems. So Polygon is basically a blockchain solution that is mainly, it is very cheap comparing to the gas prices that you have in other protocols, even with the Ethereum. And again, as I said, it is more scalable. You can run even more complex application, complex nodes on blockchain than other platforms. It is pretty much fast. As I said, it has the average transaction speed of 2 and 2.5 seconds. And the main thing when we talk about all these things, the obvious thing that is going to come up is security. And there are enterprise focused secure chains, and also there are even more security focused initiatives that we are working on right now, and that is going to be more focused on security itself. And mainly the even more unique thing about Polygon is we are doing all these things by being Ethereum compatible. So out of this, what is the contribution that Polygon has to the entire world is that, since you might have seen that there has been a lot of talk in tech circles that the crypto and blockchain adoption is driving more and more CO2 emissions, that is affecting the environments in negative way. But despite having all these kind of benefits of being cheap, scalable, fast, and all the other things, it is Polygon is also most one of the chains that has the very least carbon footprint, carbon emissions. So that is also yeah, one of the main contributions that it is having in a environmental, or you can say in a its main contribution to the world in a way. Like, so if you look at the ecosystem, it is growing very much faster along with the Ethereum itself. Mainly the adoption of NFTs, gaming, DeFi, and all the other platforms that are going to come up in, even the enterprise and governments are adopting the Polygon. So the ecosystem is pretty much big, and it is growing. So I can say, you can see in this slide, sorry that it is very small to look at, but the DeFi gaming, wallet, developer tooling, DAOs, B2B applications that are being built on Polygon is growing, since you can see them in this picture. Actually, there are 500 plus dApps already deployed, and there are more than 200 dApps that are being built now. So if you think about Polygon, it is not like a single siloed solution. It is like a suite of solutions. That is like that is why it is called as Internet of Blockchains, so that anyone can come and make use of Polygon based on their needs, instead of trying to fit into the Polygon's umbrella. We have the proof of stake chain, that is where things started, and we have an SDK that is built on Golang, and that is Polygon Avail, which is a data availability layer that is more focused on the data availability. And Nightfall is an enterprise oriented blockchain that is being built with the collaboration with the EY. And we have a Hermes, that is a ZK zero knowledge rollup. That is also another secure and also scalable layer 2 solution. And we recently announced Polygon Maiden. That is also, in a way, it is a what we can say in technical terms, it is called stars. There are snarks and stars based mathematical proofs that we use for these rollups. So Polygon Maiden is basically a star based ZK rollup. And also, there are other public, private, and hybrid chains that are being built. So the ecosystem has the tutorials, grants, and investments that are going on this entire Web3 landscape. So I am putting this in a different way. You can Ethereum think like this. Again, as I said, POS chain availability, Maid and Hermes Nightfall, and also just a couple of days before we announced Polygon Zero. That is even more faster way of doing the rollouts. We are doing more research on that. You can see interesting things that are going to come from Polygon Zero in the next few months. So how do you get started with Polygon, right? What are the ways anyone can get started with Polygon? So we have these three ways of doing it. One is that you can develop something with Polygon. You can develop a dApp using our tools, our SDK. So once you know how to create something based on Ethereum, you are already set on Polygon. There is nothing much that is totally different with building things with Polygon. It is almost same as building on Ethereum. And also, if you already have something that is entirely based on Web 2, you can integrate the same thing with the Polygon chain, so that the Web 2 and Web 3 can work together. And also, there are also the validation part where anyone can come and apply for the auction and set up their nodes, from which they can also earn a good income by having staking on. People can stake on these kind of validators, by which they can earn. You can say it is contributing to the economy, that they can earn money out of it. So these are all the three ways I can say in a high level idea that anyone can get started with Polygon. So as I said, there are no new skills that are required to build on Polygon when compared to Ethereum. You can use the same development tools. And if you already have the dApp, you can use Polygon as a high performance layer and supercharge the UX. You can deposit assets from Ethereum to Polygon. There won't be much friction going between there. And also you can withdraw these assets from Polygon to Ethereum, likewise Ethereum to Polygon, you can do in both ways. So that is how things work in the background. So the tools are like mostly Truffle.js, the plain JavaScript or TypeScript, and also the Solidity. So the plain simple tools, and also you can use the Remix IDE, Ethereum's its own cloud IDE to develop these kind of dApps. So I want to show a little bit of a hands-on to give you some idea about how whatever I have said so far can make sense, so that you can relate something, so that you can get some idea. So hands-on, like I hope things go well. Let's try something out, and yeah, let's dive in, right? Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. So what are you? I think you don't see my screen now, right?
Sorry?
You are not seeing my screen now, right?
Yeah, we're not seeing your screen. Maybe you
Yes.
can share.
Yeah. Let me share it again.
Cool.
Okay, you should be able to see now, I guess. Okay. So what are we going to do now is that we will create some smart contract and try to deploy it on the Ethereum, uh, obviously through Polygon, and see how the code works actually. So what I will do is that let me stop my cam 1 second. Okay. Kevin, how is it now? Are you able to see? Hello? Hello?
Hello, hello. There might be some delay in the sharing. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can see you people. Am I
Yeah,
audible?
can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me? Good enough?
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah, cool. We were looking at your screen just now.
Sure. Okay, cool. So this is the main layout of the Remix IDE where you can build Ethereum code. You can write and compile Ethereum code. So this is the main two things that you can look out. You can compile the code here. You can organize the projects here. So if you go into this contracts page, I am creating a new file. I will just give it a name as counter.sol. SOL stands for solidity. So we are trying to build a kind of a numerical counter that will increase and decrease based on the transactions on the blockchain. So we have a new file, and I will just copy paste these two things here. So this is nothing but we have this licensing information here, and this is about the solidity version. And from there, I'm just going to create a contract. So we will just give it a name as counter, and let me initiate something here. So we will initiate with 0 value, and let's create a function that handles all the increments. So this function is going to take care of the increment part, right? So it's nothing but incrementing the numbers from 1. Yep. So we are good here. I have created this smart contract and saved the file. So if you come to this compilation part, if you give compile, yeah, that's it. As you can see here, the compilation is done. So what we can take out of here is these two things. I think you can see now, ABI and bytecode. So ABI stands for Application Binary Interface, and bytecode is obviously the compiled bytecode. So both will be given in some form of a JSON-like format that you can bring in into your code. So So these are all the two things that we are going to take away from this solidity focused IDE. So let's move on to the other part of code. So here I have just a simple HTML page here that I am about to create.
Hey man, Gopinath, I'm just wondering
Yeah.
if it's possible to not use dark mode because it's very hard to see for us right now.
Okay. Got
Do you
it.
think that's possible?
So at least the font is visible, right? I think it is still the same or what?
Thanks, man.
Yep. No problem. How is it now? Good?
Much better.
Looks good.
Yeah. Okay. Let me increase the font size a little bit. Maybe this will help. So there is a library called Web3.js that we just have to bring to this part of code. Okay. Hold on. Where is that? Cool. Okay. So that's it on thing. And then okay. Okay, so we will just create some pretty simple JavaScript code here. So that will interact with the backend chain. Okay, so first we will have one simple Ethereum client here. So Web3 is it is a client that interacts with Ethereum through JavaScript. So this is done. So we will have two parts of code, right? We have to do two things: connect to MetaMask, and then by the contract. So here we will have an async function, and again we will have yeah, 1 second. Okay. Yep. If okay, I was a bit confused on this. So basically, we'll just I just move this code base to an async function so that we don't have to deal with this pretty basic await functions, right? So and then we will create one more initiate one more variable which is called accounts that is going to fetch the account details from the MetaMask interface. And then once that is fetched within the accounts, we are going to instantiate a constructor. Okay. So what is this MetaMask is about, right? So MetaMask is nothing but a wallet that is primarily used for uh, all these transactions that happen. It is pretty much a basic digital wallet. So if you to give an idea about MetaMask, this is how it is like. Let me connect with Chrome. That is better, I guess. So this is the MetaMask interface. So this is the amount of Matic tokens that I have now. So you can have Ethereum mainnet, Matic mainnet, and other test nets that you can add. You can add a new network as well. So this is how MetaMask works. It is basically the wallet layer for all these transactions. Okay. So I can see my account in the Polygon Scan Explorer, right? So you can see that the blocks are getting incremented. This is not from my account. This is the entire network's transactions that is happening right now. And this is my my wallet address where I can exchange through which I can exchange the crypto. Okay, so yep, yeah, this is the idea about MetaMask, and the code that we have written here is just to talk to the MetaMask on the background. So what I will do now is I will start a HTTP server for Python. Okay, I think it is already running here, right? Okay. Okay, great. So if we go to localhost here, so this is just an empty page that we see now. We have nothing to show here as of now since we didn't write any client facing code. I will change this to define the byte code. Okay. Let me create a function called deploy. that is going to take two parameters called ABA and bytecode. I will shortly explain how we are going to, what ABA and bytecode will be about, and how we are going to bring them inside the code. And we will initiate two placeholders here, deploying contracts. So we are going to bring this ABA from this contract higher level function. So inside that we will have the again calling the bytecode. Also any other arguments that are going to come up. So the gas is nothing but the gas fees that you might have heard about. These gas fees are it will go for each transaction. So for every transaction you will have a gas fee. So that is how it works on the background. So I am taking the estimate gas fee and bringing that deploying contracts estimate gas fee, that I am storing that estimate gas fee inside estimated gas fee. So once the processing is done, it will be stored as estimated gas fee. So this is the thing that will come after the contracts has been deployed. So from account we are deploying, and for gas we are just we are saying it as a estimated gas. So what we are going to return here is already deployed contract, because the function is for getting the contract and deploying it. So we will make use of our account's address. Okay. So So as I told about ABA, right? So we are going to bring that ABA inside here. So this is how the ABA will look like. Whatever the code that we written as Solidity will be outputted as this kind of application binary form interface, and also we have this bytecode that will be like this. So we don't need all these things. All that we need is we can take away all these things. Okay. So we just want this to be as bytecode, nothing else. Now let me go to my web page that we have just created, and go to the tools, developer tools. Right. Okay. Okay. And then we have web3, and then we will so what we are going to do now here is that just take this entire thing and declare here as ABA. Hope that makes sense because why we are doing this here is that we are passing two things here, right? ABI and bytecode. So we want to declare both the things here, and also we will be declaring this as well. Okay, now let's try how it goes. Okay, so we got some error here. Okay. Let me. Okay, we got some problem here. Maybe I go. Okay, let me review this code a little bit. I think I am missing something here. Documents, points 100. Right. So things are pretty good here actually. Let me see. I think I haven't actually declared okay, let's try it now. What is this? Okay. Hey guys, just hold on a bit. Let me. I might have to check this error for a while. Like, just give me a couple of minutes. I will.
Good enough.
Yeah.
I think at line 13 should be Windows underscore
Sorry?
Windows.web3. At line 30 should be window.web3 before the
Window.
equal. Yeah, window.web3 right here.
No, I am not getting you. What is it?
Maybe you can try window.web3 instead of a space there.
This one.
No, before that, before the equal.
Window. Okay, okay. Yeah, that is one thing, I guess. Yeah, thank you for that. Actually, yeah, that is the thing that I was missing out. So I think everything else is correct because here I am using the uppercase and this is lowercase. And let's see. Yep, I think that has fixed inside. Okay, okay. Now let me call the await function. Oh, again I got some problem. So why ABI? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I have to probably declare the ABI. I'm not sure if this is gonna help. Yeah, let me. Okay. Oh, oh man. So I think I don't actually have to declare these two things, but it is still asking for it. I'm not sure. Uh, what is something that I am missing here actually? Okay, so what I can do here is,
Excuse me, Mr. Govinath, since
yeah, yeah,
sorry for that, but since we have some time concern and developing on Ethereum and Polygon is definitely not an easy task. So I think due to some bugs during in the code, we will do a recording for the coding session, and then
yeah,
later we'll post the session on our social media page. Right.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
regretfully, we'll have to stop the session right now. And
Yeah.
thank you very much for your sharing. It was very informative. And thank you very much, Mr. Govina.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was just a little small bug that I seem to have taken more time actually. So, yeah, thank you everyone, and I hope that I have given you some insights about how things will work on the back end and how things uh, go on the side of Web3 and crypto blockchain stuff. So you can just feel free to reach out to me on Twitter, and also there are communities, and also we have documentation and everything. We obviously do these kind of sessions in our Polygon YouTube channel. So feel free to check out those as well. And yeah, have a great day, and thank you for having me here. Bye.
Mr. Yancy, who is a full stack developer and also entrepreneur, and he had co-founded My PDA Cafe, ARMS Point of Sale, Smart Shopper, Biosoft, Medical Labs, and also Trilobyte, which is a web and app development agency with international clients. And Mr. Yancy is also
How many of you here is programmer? No programmer? Huh? Student tapi in computer science. So you can do HTML? You can do JavaScript? No. You can understand JavaScript? Okay. So today, I'm going to show you something very, very easy to understand. And what we are going to do is, we are trying to create an e-commerce website. Of course, just a small functional one. And then, I will show you how you can let the user make payment to your website using cryptocurrencies. Is that interesting? Yes. So we are not going to talk about smart contract because just now Mr. Corbin already explained. Okay, do you all understand what he explained just now? No. Sorry. I think because of the video quality and the sound. But I guarantee you, what I'm showing you here is very easy to understand. And I will also share the source code later on, so you can go back and practice and try it out. Okay, maybe put it in your final year projects, you know, impress your lecturers. Yeah. Okay. The screen is a bit off. What happened? Okay.
Luis, are you there, Luis?
Can we? Because later I will chop off the things. Should I change my resolution? Like lower the resolution.
We can try. This is one. Like one.
Huh?
While they are working on the screen, get ready your notes, pens, or maybe laptops and phone, and you know, note down the code, and maybe we can use them in our projects. Yeah.
Okay lah. Oh, you got children. Okay, never mind. We don't care. We just do what we can. I don't zoom full screen, then it will show. Okay, so let's start. Short introduction. My name is Insi. Okay. If you look on Facebook, it's called DaddyCat. 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 I've been a programmer for more than 25 years. Okay, super veteran. You see my DevFest shirt. This one I don't know from which year. I think 2014, 15, 16. I don't know. 19. Okay, good. 2019. So it's not very old. I got older one. I got a first Barcamp T-shirt from 2000 something. KL one. Okay, but that one I cannot pakai anymore because I should have gemuk. Okay, like I said, today's objective is we want to learn how to program a web page that can take cryptocurrency as payment. Okay, very clear. So why do we want to take cryptocurrency as payment? Now, this one some numbers for you to see what is the landscape of cryptocurrency. Today in the world, there are over 300 million users who owns or use cryptocurrencies. Okay, this is a fresh statistics from this website. It's October 2021. In India alone, 100 million. Okay, the rest are Asia. India alone, 100 million. So, of course, and America will be the second one, largest. Okay, China, the government keep on ban. So sorry for them. Never mind. Right, we forget about them. Now, I would say cryptocurrencies is inevitable, right? Eventually more and more people will adopt. I first buy my cryptocurrency in 2016. Okay, and then 2017, the price go up so much, I feel like, oh shit, I can retire. And then suddenly in one night, the price dropped 90%. So I'm left with what I started with, basically. Okay, but I still make about 2-3 times profit. So the second wave, I will call, started in 2020. Okay, until today, they still sustain at the multiple times price without falling back to 90%. Thank God. So currently, I am quite happy with what I have, and as you can see, more and more institutions, companies, they are accepting cryptocurrency. So you all know the El Salvador, they use Bitcoin as their company, their country's currency now. People call them crazy, right? Then AMC Theater, they are planning to accept cryptocurrency as payment. So you can go to the movie and use your whatever coin they support. Tesla, they say yes, and then now they say no. Then they say, okay, maybe yes again. So, and all the places, like PayPal also start working with cryptocurrency. MasterCard is also start working with cryptocurrencies. Starbucks in US, the Overstock, the one where you buy furniture, almost everyone, of course, some of them is riding on the hype, okay? Everyone talking about cryptocurrency, I also take. So never mind, we forget about them. How about you? How about yourself? If you want to take cryptocurrency as your payment, how to start? Now, there are a few ways. One way is you go and use a payment gateway that accepts cryptocurrencies. You can easily search, you go Google, you search cryptocurrency gateway. Ada banyak. They give you the JavaScript, the API, so on and so forth. You just need to integrate. Okay? But today I'm going to teach you the most basic one, and you can implement yourself. You don't have to use others' services. That's the nice thing about being a programmer. You can do it yourself, right? So, without further ado, this one I want to show off a bit. I bought this laptop, okay, 2 weeks ago from Apple. I have to sell one Ethereum and then cash out the money and then pay to buy this thing. Okay, so Apple doesn't directly take cryptocurrency as payment. All this process from selling to going into the bank and pay, at least I'll take 2 days, okay? Because if you cash out from this Luno.com, they take 2 days to clear, to send your money to your bank. But later, when I show you how you can make payment with cryptocurrency, you will be amazed. It only takes a few seconds or minutes. Okay? Then the money is through, done. Go. Okay, so let's go. The scenario is like that. You have your money in your MetaMask or your digital wallet. Who doesn't know what is a crypto wallet? Everyone know. You all very advanced, okay? Siapa pakai MetaMask? Siapa pakai Trust Wallet? Lain, what do you use? Luno. Okay. Luno is not a wallet. Luno is an exchange where you put your money in, macam stock market. You cannot use Luno to directly pay money. So if you want to learn this, you must step into the wallet territory. Okay, at least go back, install MetaMask on your Chrome extension or your, I don't know what else browser is support. Okay, install it, try it out, create an account, look at what MetaMask give you. 2 things very important. Number one is your secret key. Okay, they call it the seed phrase or the private key. Okay. This one you cannot share. You can share with me, but you cannot share to others. Okay, second thing is your address. Address you can share, don't worry. No one will be able to take money from you by knowing your address. So over here, this is your address, the 01918645. In between, ada banyak character lagi lah. Okay, but they don't show full lah. With the address, you can say, I want to send you money, give me your address, and I transfer money to you, like that. But with the secret key, you can recreate your account in any wallet software. Okay, so the secret key is the one that you need to keep. If you forget, sorry, you can never recover your wallet. Okay, but the address is the one that you share and people can send money to you. So in this example, we will use 2 account, two wallets. One is the sender, one is the receiver, right? So I'm going to use A and pay money to B. So B account is the one that owns the store. A is the buyer, B is the seller. Okay. Now, let's look at what we need, okay, to start. Okay, there are a few components or so-called packages or modules you need in order to do this, to achieve this. Just now, Mr. Gobin showed you Web3.js. Okay? Another alternative is the Ether.js. Okay? So that's the one, Ether.js. You include this JavaScript like how you include your Bootstrap, your whatever, what other library you use. Bootstrap, jQuery, whatever. Okay? You will include the JavaScript in your HTML file in order to use this and interact with this. Okay? The reason why you use Ether.js is so that you can also interact with other wallets. Now, if you only use MetaMask, then you don't really need that one. Okay, but let's use this one. This one is like a more higher level. Okay, it supports multiple type of different wallets. Okay, so Ether.js, and then of course you need to install a MetaMask wallet extension to your browser. Okay. And then for the back end, we are going to use JavaScript. So we will use Node.js. You all can understand JavaScript, right? Just now you all say can, right? And of course, we have our other framework for our front end. Okay, Bootstrap, Vue.js. You know what is Vue.js? Yeah, I really like this one. This one is like, if you want to do reactive programming, you don't have to use React, you don't have to use Angular, which it will replace your the whole way you create your application. Vue.js, you can just drop in to any of your web page and then make it reactive. So it's a wonderful library. Okay? And then Axios. So in this example, we don't use Bootstrap. We don't use jQuery. We use Axios and Vue.js to do the front end. And finally, Chainlist. Chainlist is not really a library. This one is a reference website where if you go to Chainlist, you can see all the different blockchains that are EVM compatible. Okay, you can add them to your MetaMask. So, for example, the Polygon network is there, Avalanche is there, and Phantom and Harmony and so on and so forth. Everyone is there. Okay, they are just a curator. They collect all the lists. So I'll show you this one, chain list. Okay, so these are all the EVM compatible. So the reason why I show you this is because later on, what I'm going to use for demonstration is the Binance Smart Chain. Okay, instead of Ethereum, we use Binance Smart Chain because it's cheaper and faster. But we are going to use the testnet, so it's free. We are not really involved real money. But in the end, you can use any of these, okay? Because they are all EVM compatible. So you can use any of this network to accept payment. Let's say you don't like finance, you don't like Ethereum. You want to promote, I don't know, let's say Shiba chain. Okay? You use Shiba chain, you ask people to pay you in Shiba chain. You connect to Shiba chain, you ask people to pay you in Shiba, things like that. Okay. So this is a list of all the, wow, so long. But yeah. Okay. Now I want to show you a bit of MetaMask. So let's zoom in. Okay. So this is your MetaMask extension. Once you install your Chrome, it will be like this. And then you can have different network. You can configure different network here. So you see, I got Polygon, Binance, Mainnet, Phantom, Avalanche. Okay, I don't have Harmony, so I can actually go here and find Harmony, and then I can connect and act. It will automatically give me the settings, so you don't have to manually type. Last time, before you have this, it's quite dangerous, huh? You have to go to the website and find out what is the URL, what is the chain ID, and then you have to manually go to setting, and then go to network, add network. You see over here, everything you type is copy paste from whatever website you come across. So people can just, if you happen to be a victim, you put in their address and so on and so forth. So you send money to them and boom, gone. Okay, so better to use something like this, which is trusted, and then you just click, it will give you the configuration. Oh. Okay, back to our topic. Now, I'm going to explain a bit on how the flow is when you receive payment. Very, very straightforward, very, very simple, 4 steps only. Number 1, you have your product page, right? So you display your product, you put a price there in how many Ethereum or how many BNB or how many whatever currency you want to use. Then the next thing you need to ask the user to do is to connect their wallet. Because if they don't connect their wallet, they cannot trigger the send money function. So we need to ask them to connect wallet. After they connect wallet, then they can send. Okay? When they send, we actually generate a transfer request to transfer their coin, how much from their account to your account. So if they click agree, then the money will deduct from them and go to you. Okay, plus the fee. So you always hear people talking about gas. You know what is gas? Yes, so that is the transaction charge. So once you collect the payment, all this happen on the user side, the browser. Now you have to write a backend because you cannot trust the browser, you cannot trust the user to just tell you I sudah bayar, correct? He say yes, you need to validate. So you need to have a validation mechanism, which of course preferably you use a server, a backend, where the user cannot tipu and he cannot just because if you put in front end, I can change your code. I can use the JavaScript console, change your code, manipulate it. So no way. So you have to send the transaction info to your server. Then the server will go and ask the blockchain, okay, this one betul, how much he paid? If you confirm okay, then you return a message say yes, done. If you validate and then you check the amount is not correct, for example, then you reply say fail. Okay. So in terms of what happened behind, this part is the backend in the server. This part is the front end, happens in your browser. Okay. On the browser, we interact with Ether.js, where our Ether.js will let us interact with our wallet. So this thing is what people call a decentralized app, the app. So it's actually you're creating a D app. Okay, your e-commerce website is a D app. And then over here, we use our traditional HTTP API. Okay, from your browser, you do an API call to your Node.js. And then your Node.js, again, it will use the same library. You see, this guy's also Ether.js, same one. But this one is for the server. So we use Ether.js, we go to the blockchain, we query the transaction, we validate, then we reply yes or no to the browser. Okay, that's how the flow is. So far, so good? Good, huh? Now we look at the code. So I'm not going to code live. I should have what. But if got time, we can explore. No, so half an hour. So I extracted a fragment of the code to explain to you what happened. Okay, but like I said, you can get the full code in GitHub. Okay, like I said, in this demo, we are going to use the Binance testnet. If you look at my MetaMask here, I am connecting to BSC testnet. Okay, this is my Binance testnet, and then I have many wallets here. So I already put in some BNB in my sender wallet, and then this is my receiver wallet. Okay, so the address here is start with 0x31. The sender is 0x19. Okay, it's two different addresses. So how to add the address? Like I showed you just now, go to chain link, find a testnet, and then you can add, right? After that, in order to get free BNB for your testing, you need to get free coins for your development test, right? So you can go to a website called Binance, I don't know what faucet. So usually I just Google, okay? You search for Binance faucet, FAUCET. Oh. Okay. So you search for this Binance faucet. Then you come here. You make sure you are in the wallet that you want to use. So I'm in the 191, correct? Then I can select give me BNB, right? So I put in my address. Okay, copy, paste here, and give me BNB 1. So yesterday night I should have applied. So he blocked me lah. Actually, I think it's a 24-hour you can only do one time. So he will give me 1 BNB. Okay, so now I cannot get any more. Sudah. I'll try another address. Okay, maybe 10. Let's say I take the other address. Copy. Yes. Okay. So I get money from this faucet, which give me the fake money. Okay. So later on you will see this become 1.6. Okay. So this is how you get currency to test. You don't have to use real money. Okay. Now let's get going. Okay, we look at our front end. So I'm going to create a web page like this, which I already have. It's here. Okay, this page is created using Bootstrap and all the JavaScript that I told you just now. And we are only selling this one Binance jacket. Okay. So in my UI, there's a connect wallet button there. My user has to first click connect button, connect wallet. Then we request the wallet connection. After that, once we connect the wallet, we can know what is his wallet balance. We can read how many BNB the wallet holds. And then we will display here. And then once it's connected, the buy button will appear. So right now, no buy button because I haven't connected to your wallet. Okay. So this UI will look something like that. So first, how to connect wallet? Let's see. This one. Okay. Very hard to see. Okay, never mind. Not important. Later we will see the code. So look at the code here. I have my connect wallet button here. Okay. So this is the code, connect wallet, and then you will call the JavaScript function connect, which is similar like what just now you see done by Robin. Connect wallet is just doing this line. Okay. So we send a request to the MetaMask. The request name is called ETH request account. So when I click on that button, MetaMask will pop up. Okay. Then it will ask for your permission to connect to which wallet you want to allow access to. Okay. So I just select one, this one. Okay. And then connect. Here, after connect, I will show my address. So the code is like that. Okay. I take my wallet. Wallet is an address with don't know how many, 64 or 32 characters. I take the first 6 characters and I put a dot, and then I put the last 4 characters. So you will see the UI come out is like this. Okay. First 6 characters, last 4 characters. Like that. And in my code, this buy button, it also have a checking. Buy. Okay. So this is using Vue.js. So we control. I set some variable, the state buyable, buying. So now it's in buyable yes, buyable true. Then the button will appear. Okay. So the button appear. This buy button. And then down there is my wallet balance. Okay. This one. So wallet balance, I just put the balance variable there. Where does the balance come from? It comes from our JavaScript to read the balance. This one. Okay. So again, same thing. I use MetaMask function, get balance, and then I give him my address. The app.wallet is my address that I get just now after connect. So I give him the address, then he will return the balance. Now, when this function return you the balance, it's in a what do you call that? 18 decimal they call it. So typically all the main chain tokens, they are all 18 decimal. ETH, Binance, they are all 18 decimal. But when you create your own token, you can decide how many decimal you want. Okay? The decimal means that this one coin, it can be break down to how many decimal. So you cannot have, if you're 18, you cannot have 18 0, then 1 behind, cannot. It must be 17 0, then 1. That is the smallest you can go. Okay, so that means by the 18 decimal. So in order to get the correct number, then we have to divide by 10 power of 18. So this divide 10 multiply 18. This is where it comes from. So after I divide, then I get your wallet balance, which is the amount here. Okay, 3.48. You look at my wallet. This one. This one. Okay, 3.476. I do a round to 2 decimal, so I get 3.48. That one is you suka lah, you want to put 4 decimal apa pun boleh. We just want it to look nice, not many numbers behind it. So now everything correct. The next thing is we want to program this buy button. So when I click the buy button, I will initiate a transfer command. Okay, with the amount I want to transfer. So the code is again very simple. Okay, 2 steps you need to do. Number 1 is you need to get the signer. Signer is like the approval of this transfer. Okay. If you have the private key in your program, then you don't have to get signer. You can generate a signer based on the private key. Usually that is used in the server side. Okay. On the client side, because we are asking the user to approve it, so you just use the get signer, and later it will pop up asking the user to click confirm. Okay, so the command is just like that: get signer, send transaction, and then you give him the payload, where the first one 2 is the address you want to send to, and then the second one is the value, which is how many ETH you want to send. Okay. This receiver is a variable I defined up here. So that is the second wallet that I told you just now. The sender wallet, we don't have to know, because it depends on which user. That one is his own wallet, we don't care. Okay? The receiver wallet, you need to know. And it is safe to put your receiver wallet address in your front end. Because, like I said, they got your address, They cannot do anything, they cannot steal your money. They can go and look up, see how much money you got. That's all. Okay? They cannot take your money. So in order to trigger the transfer, we just need to do this step, right? I ask for the signer, and then I trigger the send transaction. After we do the send, it will return a transaction object. Okay, that transaction object is an entry in the blockchain actually. Okay? You are trying to write this transfer information into the blockchain. Okay, but you cannot straight away assume that this is considered as payment done. You need to wait for the transaction to be written into the blockchain, or so-called confirmed in the blockchain. Okay? The way blockchain works is, at the same time, so many people are trying to update to the blockchain, right? But the blockchain will only update it once in how many seconds and together. Okay, so let's say every 3 seconds it will update one time. This one particular update may contain 10,000 updates, 10,000 transactions. Okay, so we need to at least wait for one confirmation. So that's why after we do the transfer, we do but wait. Okay, I ask the system to wait for at least one confirmation. Then I will take that function will return you a receipt object. Okay, this one, all this doesn't matter. In the end, what matters is you want to take the transaction hash. Okay, later I will show you what is this about. You want to take the transaction hash. That one is like your identity of your payment. Okay, same like you do banking, you transfer. There's a referral code. You assume that is the reference code for the transfer. So we will send this hash to our server, and then let the server check how much this guy paid, and where does it pay from, and where does it pay to. You have to make sure he paid to your account also. You have to check the to is you, the from is him. You have to double check all this. Okay. And then if the server say okay, successful, then over here I basically just show a pop-up message. Okay. This one is a bootstrap pop-up message. It will show the status, success or fail, and then finish. Okay, the verification is done. So now I'm going to click the transfer button, the pay button. Okay, so this window pop up. It tells me that I'm trying to send 0.01 BNB to this address. Okay, from here. Of course, because this wallet is mine, then it will show the name of that wallet. But if it's someone else one, it's not in your address book, where it will just show the address name there. Okay, but there's one danger here. You see, that's why we need to verify from the server. Over here, the user can actually edit and then change the amount he wants to send. Then I change to 0.01 instead of 0. Sorry, I change to 001 instead of 0.101. So I try to cheat, pay you less. That's why in our server, later we need to check how much he paid. So let's say I pay correct 0.01, then I click confirm. Okay. So in my code, I did some reactive variable, so I hide the buy button, and then I show this loading. So that's it. So my payment already done. Okay. You see how fast is this? And if I look at my MetaMask, now I have 3.46. It's now 3.476. Now 466. So the kurang 0.01 cent. 1 cent. Not 1 cent. 0.01 BNB, which is like $6. Okay. And if I go to the receiver address, this guy, now he received and he become 1.62. Okay. I don't know if you remember or not, just now it's 1.61 and become 1.62. So yeah. And then what happened on the server side? Now, in the code here, so this is when they buy and then I change to the loading lah. Okay, I'm just explaining the code here. And then after finish, it will do the pop-up payment is done or what. So what happened in the server is, all your server will receive the transaction hash, which is this thing. Okay. You can see, change the color. Color. Okay. So actually, I only send the hash to the server, which is this one. Okay, and from the server, we call the blockchain and get this full information. So from the server side, which is my Express.js code, I created only one API to receive the hash. Okay, so this is the API. When the hash comes in, I call the get transaction from blockchain using the hash. Okay. Okay, now let me show you something. If I take this hash, I go to EXE scan testnet. Because blockchain is a public, what do you call it? Publicly available information, right? For any information I need to know, I can always go to this third party. Okay, no one can take it. And then I can put in the transaction hash just now, and it will tell me everything that happens. Okay, so if you look at this page, what happened here? This is my hash. Oh, this one is not the new one. Ini bukan yang baru. The new one is here. This has happened 3 hours 14 minutes ago. So let me check the new one. Okay. So this happened 3 minutes ago. Okay, and it's being confirmed in block 1487419 or whatever that is. Okay, so that one is a record update into the blockchain, the block number. But over here, you can see clearly, you just did the transfer 3 minutes ago from this address to this address, this amount, and the fee. Okay, so 0 and then so the fee is more expensive than the payment. Okay, so everything is validated. You can validate it from the blockchain, and our API call .get transaction actually do the same thing. It will retrieve that data that you see just now. So what we need to do next is to go into the data and find out how much he transferred, which is under r.value. Okay. R is my result from the get transaction, which is this data. Over here, the from is here, okay, from, the to is here, and then the value is here. Okay. So this is the value. The value is encoded in something we call big number data structure. Okay, so you need to do some manipulation to get to the real value, which is over here. Okay, I need to multiply it by 18 zeros, that thing, to get back to how much he paid me in BNB. So I do some mathematics, I get the price that he paid. I get the price that I want, which is this line 30. Okay, the item price is a constant. Again, same thing, I define it above. Okay, 0.01. So I have to use this .eq function to do the big number comparison. You cannot use equal, okay? Because this one is not a floating point variable. This is a data structure called big number. So the comparison function is called .equal, .high, lower. Let's say I can say if he pay me more, or equal, then I can say greater or equal. I can do this. So as long as he pay me more, then I accept, right? Actually, it's less than equal. Greater equal, yeah. So, you know, so he can pay me more, but he cannot pay me less. Okay? If he pay less, then I send this error. Status 400 and so on. So now we can try. I try to send less money. I go back to my website, buy again, then I go and cheat. I put 0.05. Okay. So over here is the front end. Is the user have control? We cannot control. They can change the price whatever they want. That's why we need to do our back end validation. So you hit confirm, send the data to the back end. Our back end is waiting. Okay, data sudah balik. Okay, this is the new data, new transaction, and the value is 0.005. Okay. So, tak boleh lah. So our server will reject and then tell him unable to verify payment. Okay. Anything you want to ask? No. Oh, pandai. Okay, oh, paham. Okay, so that's about the end. Okay, we are finishing. Actually, everything I already explained. So the Ether.js is the main one that helps us with all the transactions and validation. Test run I also support. So you'll see the result looks as expected. Done. Okay, so that's all for the demo. Again, anything you want to ask? Yes?
Okay, for the testing,
yeah,
you still need the BNB token, right?
Yes.
So it doesn't have the testing.
Got. We are using testnet, remember?
Oh, yeah.
So you have to make sure you switch to testnet. If you don't use testnet, you're actually spending your real BNB. So make sure you register testnet and then okay, testnet. So if I switch back to the mainnet, I'm actually spending the real BNB.
I see. Yeah.
And in order to get free BNB for testing, where do you go? Anyone remember just now what I said?
Testnet.
Faucet. Yes. You go to the faucet, you claim free BNB. Then it will load into your wallet, then you can do testing. But there is a 24-hour limit of 1 BNB you can claim. So you jangan buat your application sekali 1 BNB Okay. You sekali 1 BNB, you have to wait next day for the test. Or you can create a new wallet, new address, then send it in. Another thing you need to take note is there's always a fee, betul? So you cannot send all your money over. Once you send all your money, you got a fee. You cannot do the next thing. Right? So make sure you always keep. My guideline is 0.01. Don't make it less than that. You always keep a balance of 0.01, then you're good. Anything you want to do, you want to trade, you want to go to the cryptocurrency, the decentralized exchange, you want to buy dog coin, cat coin, and whatever coin, make sure you keep some fees, 0.01. Then you mau join, you boleh join. If you hantam all in, boom, you buy, you cannot join because you got no more fee, no money for fees. Okay? Okay. I'm not encouraging you to buy the dog coins, but then it's one way to make money. So now you have seen all the things that these are entry level things, okay? Very, very simple, basic things. We only do one command only, send transaction. Okay? The rest you have to do your own research and understand how to further develop the thing. There are a few things that this one is check. There are a few things that you can try after you have this. So like I said, I will share the source code. First thing you can try is you can change to other network to test it out. It will work without any, not without any. You need to change the network and then you can test with different networks. So what I mean by that is, over here, every network, there is a chain ID. Chain ID. Okay. So for BSC testnet, the chain ID is, for example, 69 or 79. For Ethereum is 1, number 1. That is the origin. So everyone has their ID. In the code, you will find places where we put the chain ID. Like for example, here in the client, the chain ID I use is 97. Okay? 97 is for Ethereum testnet. Binance Smart Chain testnet. If you want to use real Binance money, then you have to change it to 56, and so on. Ethereum got a few testnet, you got like 3-4 testnet, so got different chain ID you can use. And second thing you need to change is this is called I call it the API server. Okay? You're familiar with API, right? So this is the network's API server. This is where we go and get the transaction data. Different network, they will have different address. Okay? This one is the Binance test server address. The Binance main server, the address is up there. BSC data C evidence org. That one is the real one. This one is the test one. Then if Ethereum, they got their own address. So all these again can be found. Actually, can be found here, but it's not showing. If you cannot find it, you can just go to the MetaMask network setting and see it. So the way you do is like that: setting, go to network. You can go inside, and this is the URL. Okay. So you replace this, then you can get the transaction and do the validation. Understand? That one is for the backend. Front end is the chain ID. Back end, you need this RPC, which is the API for you to get the transaction information. Okay. Other things you can try is, these are all more difficult. The difficulty keep on increasing. This one, make payment using tokens. Now, BNB, ETH, these are the original coin for that blockchain. The currency, the native currency for the blockchain. Ethereum is ETH, Binance is BNB, and so on. But let's say someone created Shiba. Shiba is created on Ethereum. So Shiba actually is a smart contract. In order to transfer smart contract, the function is not like just now the send transaction. You have to call the contract. The contract will have a send token function for you to call, just like you do API. Okay, but you have to figure out how to call the contract. You're not calling the blockchain directly, so it's very different. The code is different. So there's another thing that you can explore. Understand how to do. We call it API. In web, we call API call. This one is API. Okay? So if you search, you can see how to do API calls. Then you can transfer token. And then another thing you can try is this: connect to different wallets. So now what we do is very convenient. MetaMask, you install in Google Chrome, you can interact directly. But there are a lot of other wallets outside, which nowadays they come out with a standard called Wallet Connect. Wallet Connect is, when you use Wallet Connect, there is a QR code pop up in your browser. And then you take your mobile app, the wallet app, you scan the QR code, they will connect directly to the browser. Okay? So the way it works is same, but the way you connect is different. After you connect, the other codes are the same. The transaction, sama-sama. Okay? It's just that when you connect, you need to use Wallet Connect library. And then, of course, the most challenging one is other blockchain. Now, other blockchain is a totally different story. Because you're not interacting with MetaMask, you're not interacting with Wallet Connect. You are actually, I haven't done anything over here. I don't know how to do this also. Okay, that's all for today. This is the Binance Box punya code. Okay. If you happen to buy any cryptocurrencies, yeah, hold it a little bit longer. Okay, don't cepat-cepat join. Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you, Mr. Lindsay. And there are two questions from our virtual attendees. The first one is from Shiong, and Shiong asked, will the money be still transferred regardless?
Regardless of what?
Yeah, regardless of what, Shiong, can you like rephrase your question a bit?
Oh, okay, I think what he meant is, if I tekan the buy, I pay less. Okay? Yes, the money still transferred because you are trying to cheat. It's a punishment for you. But if you put more, also say it will still transfer. Yeah. So I think that's what he meant.
And Shion adds on his question, he said, when a transaction fails due to insufficient balance, would the money still be transferred or
No.
would it fail to transfer?
Okay, if you don't have enough balance, it will upfront reject you. Your MetaMask will not let you pass. So no. But if you change the amount, you pay less or pay more, yes, the money will go without asking you.
All right, so I hope that answered your question, Shion. And then the second question is from Raja Naziro. And Raja asked, does transaction process time varies depend on network?
Yes, yes. So when the network is busy, it takes longer, and then also costs you more transaction fee. So typically for Ethereum, it takes about 2-3 minutes, and then the cost nowadays is like $70, $50 like that. So Binance is very cheap, about few cents only.
So that is the two questions from our virtual attendees. And is there any questions from our physical attendees?
Okay, there are some, because this is just for demo, so there are some problem in this current implementation. When you click the buy, and then you send the money, and then if you go refresh your page without waiting for the confirmation, that will cause problem because I didn't do any check-in. Second thing is, if you can actually check whether the balance is enough before you let them click the buy button. So you can say, oh, I can check your balance is less than this. Then you can also prompt them, or you don't have enough balance, which I didn't implement here. So these are things that you can improve. Okay? And probably another thing that is not being taken care is what we call the replay attack. So let's say I sudah bayar satu kali, I take my hash and then I keep on sending, pretending that I buy many times. Okay, so those are things that if you want to build a serious app, you need to take care. Okay. Okay. If nothing else, then I share the GitHub address for you guys. github.com/inc/gday2021. That's the address. Okay, so this you can get. Wait. Text editor. You can get the code from here. Okay, so write down. Three, two, one. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you. And let's switch our attention to the screen in front later, where we will be connecting with Toru virtually.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, hold on. Let me share my screen. I'm not sure whether is my screen being shared here? Can you see? Okay, just let me check whether my slide is shown well or not. Okay, let me. Okay, let me start.
Yeah, let's welcome Toru and let's start your deliver of the topic, the use case of a scalable architecture, and right.
Okay, thanks for having me. I'm Won Young Choi, as known as Toru. Currently, I work for OCBC Bank based in Singapore. Today, I'm going to talk about scalable and maintainable structure, architecture, and the use case in Android. So here, from from my main talk, I would like to explain the background first. Everything happens for a reason. So, what will be the reason we decided to make our architecture? Because it is because of team growth and cooperation. At first, my mobile team was just consisted of just a few guys, 2 to 3. Although we had some UI developers, but it was also a few. But we were supposed to hire more mobile developers. So we had to bring some architectures into our work. So, but before the main talk, I would like to highlight that this is not about an architecture of app, for example, MVP, MVVM, Viper, or RIPS, or whatever, etc. Because rather than that, my talk will cover especially for the repository layer or data layer. Okay, well-formed architecture makes our work maintainable easily compared to not using it. What would be the reason why we come up with an architecture? Because of the collaboration and cooperation between teammates, as I mentioned before. So what architecture do you use, or what architecture are you familiar with? Yes, probably MVC, MVP, MVVM, whatever. But here, previously I mentioned, we just wanted to design the architecture for our data layer and repository or network layer. So we would like to see the details in design. So this is the brief structure diagram consisting of microservice, data source, repository, domain manager, and UI layer. Microservice is like calling the real API with a real entity. So it's like delivering raw data from microservice, like the server side or API side. So we defined DTO, data transfer object, for request model and response model. So one thing to highlight is I promise that all the Android developers here have been familiar with retrofit and its interface or implementations. Let me show more details about this later. Okay, next layer is data source. Yeah, this is an actual API call with microservice. Yeah, with a real URL, and it returns the request DTO and response DTO. So the and this RSDTO and RQ, this response DTO is like ingredients of final response that UI can use to render the UI. Repository layer is in charge of implementing business logic and translation to request model or response model from request DTO or request DTO or response DTO. Response. And here in this repository takes multiple data source. Not only single data source, but also multiple data source to create final models for UI. Here we define a domain manager, a class, a code domain manager that comprise set of all the repositories here to be used for the UI layer. So we can see all the repository layers in the domain manager, but domain manager only returns the instance of each repositories here. So finally, in the UI layer or presentation layer, this layer can use the translated data for the UI by a domain manager. So this data can be injected to view model or coordinator if you are familiar with Redux pattern. But in Android, the MVVM or other architectures are more popular. So that's why I mentioned view model or coordinator. So I just covered the brief architecture of my brief structure of my architecture. So I would like to redraw this coaxial things into the flow diagram. Using arrows and also squares, that rectangulars, which is more familiar with us. So this arrow represents the flow of data or entities or whatever, like models. In order to explain the relation between repository and data source, we can draw in this way. Oh, then there's a mistake, sorry. So as you can see here, one repository can one data source only, but may be able to take more multiple data sources. That's why I mentioned or described as ingredient for the data sources. This is quite simple, quite simple and brief diagrams and chart. So I would like to explain via the real code, but this is nothing. This is just pseudocode. But you may understand how the structure will be applied for this architecture. So as I mentioned previously, this microservice layer consists of this kind of interfaces. Here, in order to help you understand easily. So I assume that we want to use the API for authentication, like sign in or sign up for an app. So here we can see we can see if, let's say, I just want to authenticate myself with PIN number. You can see. You may have have seen this kind of things, this kind of example via your mobile banking app, like authenticating yourself, your biometric information, or PIN number or whatever. So, here, you can see the URL and also request DTO and response DTO as a return type. And also, I also would like to highlight the audience have been familiar or at least heard of the coroutine and retrofit and Dagger, Hilt or Dagger for dependency injection. So before proceeding to next, I would like to define a the API result class using Silk class in Kotlin. So we can see the API success failures, API exception. Here, we can see the data source interface, but here we have in order to make the structure more flexible to the changes for the requirement or design. We define the method in interface first, and later we will implement subclass and implement the body of the interface. So here, this is like a pseudocode to simulate the API result according to the call. So here, we can see this method returns the response DTO when taking RQ DTO as an argument. So we can see here this is the pseudocode for the repository layer, which is authenticate PIN. Here, we can see the domain response, which is different from the result type used for data source or a microservice. This domain response class will be used as not only here but also in the UI layer. So UI layer only looks at this domain response and determine what to fetch and parse and to show what will be rendered in the UI. So I highlighted before that this repository can take multiple data source. Of course, data source is like an ingredient. So data source can be considered as a pantry, which is filled with a lot of foods like vegetables or meats or whatever to cook to cook a food. So inside the authenticate P, we may need to use the methods defined in other data source. So that's why I didn't elaborate here, but we can consider here. For example, if I want to get a response from the account data source, we can call the API first and waiting for that. And once the API of account data source returns something, then we can choose whatever to do after that. If the first API call fails, we can return the API with response error. But if it's successful, we can call the second call. We can go to the second API from the authenticate data source, and if it's success, we can return. We can domain response with packing with the sign-in RS model here. Even the second API call fails, we can also return the API fail. If some exception fails, for some unexpected situation, like no internet or your SIM card is expired or whatever. Yeah, you can draw the API exception this way. So app domain manager is like a lot consisting of a lot of the repositories here. So yeah, this domain manager is open to all the UI component, or view model, or coordinator that interacts with UI layer. Because nowadays the trend is that UI doesn't call the APIs directly, but through the other layer, like a view model or whatever. So the view model or coordinator can access to the instance of repository via the method defined here, and in these repositories are injected via dependency injection, which is Hilt or Dagger. Then that Google has encourages to use for us. In the end, here I've explained this architecture very briefly, and with the code and other chart or other diagram. So if you have any questions, please feel free to leave a message here in the chat group. So we covered the microservice, data source, repository, but domain manager or presentation layer. Here, everything is injected to the higher layer. Using the Dagger or Hilt dependency injection library. So data flow. Data flows from the inside to the outside in this way. From here. There are some dependency injection modules, like modules or component, but this, I think this is, but explaining all the things is not the scope of this talk. So if you want to see more information, you can visit the Hilt or Dagger official documents provided by Google. So what will be the advantage from using this kind of architecture? Okay. Normally, the reason why we want to adopt some architecture should be flexibility, or scalability, or maintainability. I think these terms are quite similar to each other, because flexibility means, or scalability or maintainability means, UI only looks to get data from domain manager, and domain manager holds all the repository. That means, UI doesn't need to care about the changes happening in the domain side. Even if there's a last minute change in domain side due to the changes of API or API URL or data structures, or actually data structures from the microservice, then we can just simply modify the RQDTO and RSDTO, or the data model that will be used in the domain. Not domain, sorry, UI. So it guarantees flexibility and scalability and maintainability. In terms of scalability, if let's say I took one example for authenticate PIN, but if there's with the growth of the server side, the APIs in server side. Yeah, we have then that we have to add more and more APIs here. Then how can we scale? How can you promptly respond to these changes? Yeah, we can simply add the method here in the interface as well as in the data source layer. And yeah, we can simply implement. It is quite similar with with a theory in Solid. Open here open and close principle. So this is one of our advantage again. Quasi solid. Quasi means not perfect. So yeah, I don't think our architecture is 100% following the solid principle like SRP, OCP, LSP, or ISP, or DIP. But we are trying our best to achieve this solid principle. With this architecture, and we are also actively refactoring our repository layer, not repository layer, but the domain layer or data layer. Here, one disadvantage will be too big method body in the repository layer, because this methods in the repository layer translate the RQ model from UI to RQDTO, and it also has to translate the RSDTO from the data source to RS model in order to be used in the UI layer. That means it is also tightly coupled to one more functionality like translator. So this is one of my suggestions to improve the structure and the architecture here. Putting the translator layer in a repository, so we can delegate the interpretation to translator layer like this way. There are two methods. It can be defined in companion object, which is similar with static in Java. So this two model method takes RQDTO and returns RQ model. So 2DTO takes RQ model and returns RQDTO. And we can apply this methodology for interpreting the RSDTO and RS model. So there should be a business logic or transformation logic inside the method body. So here, we covered briefly overview of the architecture we have used. So if any question, you can just let me know and leave a message in the comment. Thank you. Any question? Does DTO means data transfer object like JSON? Yes, exactly. But we convert the JSON file into data structure in Kotlin yeah, in Kotlin, we are using the data class. Thanks for asking the question, Xiong. Any other questions here? You can feel free to reach me out via LinkedIn or Twitter or whatever. Or you can just simply leave the message here in the chat group or comments in YouTube. Yeah. Yes, without the real code, but it gets better and better. If no question, I will toss my baton to Rachel and Ruiz.
resources with Firebase App Check. A round of applause, please. Welcome, Shami. Yay!
Thank you, everyone. So, hi, everyone. I'm Shami. It has been 2 years plus since I went on the stage, so I kind of bit karat already, a bit rusty with my presentation, so bear with me. Yeah, so today I'm going to talk to you about how you can protect your backend resources with AppChat. So here we want to teach you or give you some insight on how you can protect your apps, especially when it comes to your backend resources. So this is the agenda for today. We will go through what and why is AppChat, what are the supported platforms and providers that AppChat provides, and how you can actually enable it in your app, and how to do it for iOS, Android, and the web. And we'll go through how you can protect different Firebase resources as well as protecting your own resources. So before I begin, I need someone's help. Has anyone used Firebase before? Yes, 1, 2, 3. The rest there? 4, 5. Okay. So can anyone tell me what products do you guys use in your, what Firebase products do you use in your apps? Someone that can come on stage? You want? Yeah, come over. The camera is showing, right? Okay. Hello, what's your name? Anas. Nice to meet you.
My name is Muhammad Anas.
Okay, so what do you use Firebase for?
Mainly for production and only the Firestore and application for signing.
Okay, so like what products do you build?
One of the products I just use for mini project, for assignment, for any like I just did a bank app for just UIUX and data for crew operation and not publish it.
Oh, okay. So give him a round of applause for coming up. Yeah, something for you. Yeah, this one's in my storeroom for 2 years, so finally got a chance to give it up. So it's a Firebase pin. It's a shape of the Firebase mascot. Yeah. So thank you for that. Any other volunteers? No? No? Anyone? No one? Okay, so let's go straight into it. So imagine you're an app developer or a web developer and you have your own app, right? And you're just writing code away, getting your features out, and everything is fine, right? So let's say you have an app that is integrated with a lot of Firebase functions, features, for example, Cloud Firestore to handle database or handle saving of data. You have the cloud functions to handle backend functionality, as well as cloud storage if you want to use if your app has the ability to upload and download images. So let's say you created your app already and everything is fine, right? And you secured your Firebase resources with username and password authentication and security rules. So in itself, your app is technically quite secure, right? Now you are sure that your app can only be accessed if the person is an authenticated user, and as well as the correct security rules, roles and permissions are applied. So your app essentially should be secure. It should be only your own users should be able to access your resources, right? So let's say your app is really successful. So so happens successful, you got a lot of traction and everything is great, right? But then comes along someone who doesn't really is a bad person in this case. So he comes around and say, your app is very popular today, so let me try and take a look what's happening. So he might be a bit jealous or something, or he just wants to see what's wrong, right? So he can come around and then he can go around and look through your app and see what things that they can exploit. And then one thing leads to another, right? So in the end, your hacker here will try to access all your data. So early on you already secured your resources by authentication and for example, authentication for security rules, right? But what if the user itself is an authenticated user, but he just wants to DDoS you, right? You know DDoS, right? So I think you have seen it in the what is that? The AstraZeneca vaccine booking, right? So imagine that person, this bad person wants to DDoS or wants to cause you, cause incurs to you. So let's say he's a competitor in your business and he knows that you're using Firebase and he knows that these resources actually cost you money. So what if he goes around and spams all the requests? Although these requests are legitimate, they're authenticated, they're correct, but he can choose to spam as many resources as he wants, right? So how can you protect yourself against this? So imagine it really happens and now you are incurring a huge data cost of your backend infrastructure. It costs more money to save, it costs more money to download data now, or because you have someone at the end who is DDoSing or making malicious requests on your backend. So this is where AppCheck comes into play. AppCheck protects access to your services by verifying that the traffic comes from your legitimate app. So let's say somebody took your app, your terbaik app number one, you go and decompile, and then put it in something else to extract all your Firebase token details, your Firebase settings details, and just do a normal request on its own. So technically, the resources should go into Firebase normally. But so AppCheck is here is to distinguish between your actual app versus other fake impersonating apps that is trying to access your resources. So earlier on in this example, let's say you have an app, right? Your regular app that accesses all of these Firebase resources. And now what you want to do is that you want to prevent the bad guys from actually accessing those resources. Only the good guys, or basically your users who have downloaded the app, should be able to access the resources. So besides just Firebase resources, right? Let's say you have your own backend. Let's say you're not using Firebase at all. You're using your own AWS or your own backend infrastructure somewhere, right? But you also want to protect your resources against unauthorized requests from third-party users, right? You only want your website can perform this request. You don't want some other third-party site stealing your API keys or trying to perform a public request to your server for the fun of it, right? So Firebase AppCheck actually helps protect that as well. So AppCheck here takes two things into consideration. One is app attestation. What does attestation mean? Is to attest or to make sure that only your legitimate or your app that you have created is allowed to access these resources. And these resources should only allow traffic from your app or from your own sources that have access to these APIs. So let's take a look at an example of how AppCheck works. So this is your app in the center, and we have also our attestation providers, and one of them is AppCheck. So first, when you open an app, it first wants to verify to make sure that this particular app is yours. It's only the true copy of the app, not some clone somewhere or something like that, and not some third party. So what happens is that the app will send a request to the attestation provider, in this case is AppCheck, and AppCheck verifies and gives you a token. Now this token is a regular JWT token, and it comes with a TTL, time to live, and it tells you when does this token will expire after a certain period of time. So once this token is received by the app, all the other requests that you send to Firebase, for example, you send insert, update, or delete statements to the Cloud Firestore or real-time database or cloud storage, it will always send the request with the token automatically. So you don't need to configure the token yourself, and everything should be automatically done. So once you have sent the token and the token is correct, it will automatically say that this traffic is a legit traffic. So at the same time, because of the TTL, which can cause your token to expire after a certain period of time, at half of that period of time, your app will automatically request or refresh this token to get a new token. And so that if the token is invalid or has expired, right, now no one can actually access your data. So now your data is safe. So AppCheck here wants to protect you against cost of misuse or abuse of your infrastructure by malicious parties. So let's take a look at some of the supported platforms and providers. So naturally, one of the biggest concerns here would be your apps, Android and iOS apps, right? As well as now we also support for web. But for the web, we don't have support for Firestore at the moment. So let's take a look what it actually means. So this platform actually has some of the attestation providers. Attestation providers are people, third-party verified groups that help verify that your app is correct. So one of the few things is iOS has the app device check and app attest provided to you by the Apple, if you're an Apple developer membership. If you're an Android developer, you have access to safety net. If you are on web, you want to protect your resources, you can use reCAPTCHA or reCAPTCHA Enterprise. I'm sure most of you should know what reCAPTCHA is about, right? It should be quite famous already. But in this case, reCAPTCHA version 3 is an invisible token. So no users, the users actually don't select anything on their website at all. There's no check whether you're a robot. And of course, we have custom attestation. If none of these attestation providers help you, you can always build your own. So let's talk about just the web. The web should be the most easiest to understand. So I'm sure most of you have done a bit of web development in the past, right? So let's go through that and see. So once we're done with web, let's go through that for web. So these are some of the simple steps that you can do to get it done. I will do a short demo to show you how easy it is to add. So basically, all you need to do is add Firebase to your JavaScript console, go to reCAPTCHA and add the side key, secret key, register, and pretty much it. So let's go through a simple demo. So this is a very simple app. It's called a friendly chat. It allows you to chat, send messages. So it's basically something like this, where you enter a message here, and it will show you the result. So here I have my Firebase console. So maybe I can give you a quick walkthrough of what the Firebase console is. So the Firebase console allows you to create your apps here. So this is where I mainly create your apps. So if you're wondering how to create new apps for a project, or you're just getting started with Firebase, just go to the console.firebase.google.com, sign up an account, and you can just always. For this session, we're just going to go through one of the few apps that was created. In this case, it's called Friendly Chat. So the Friendly Chat is a simple app that allows you to send and receive messages and pictures. So in this app, let's take a look at the app settings itself. So just go to your settings, and then you can add a new app. So if you're adding a web, just click on the web and you just enter your information of the web app that you want to create. And let's go to the attestation itself, the app chat here. So clicking on app chat, you can see all your apps here. So if you are first time doing it, you will see the unregistered value here. I've already done it for the web and the app. So as you can see, the Friendly Chat is registered. So how do you register? All you need to do is go down here, click on the reCAPTCHA, and enter the reCAPTCHA secret and how long your TTL will live, time to, this is the token that I mentioned earlier on that will expire. So all you need to do is to go to the reCAPTCHA version 3, right? And just sign up for an app. So it can be anything you want, just choose recaptcha version 3 and a domain. Now the domain here is important because how can we make sure that the Firebase resources are coming from your legitimate domain, right? So for example, myawesomeapp.com. So you make sure that you have at least a domain already that you can use. If you don't have a domain, you can always use Firebase's domain from the Firebase hosting. So if you have a web app and you want to host it somewhere, you can always just use the Firebase hosting here for free. So you go to the hosting. And this is your domain that is provided for free for you. You can just add this domain to your reCAPTCHA and that's done. So what happens here is that when you load your website or you deploy your website, right, the reCAPTCHA will make sure that all requests must come from this same domain. If it comes from other domains, the request is automatically denied. So with this way, you can be sure that your domain itself is the only domain that can access your APIs or to access your Firebase resources. So once you've added this, going back to the app chat, once you're done with this, you need to next specify what resources you want to enforce. So in this case, I want to enforce storage so that to make sure that only legit people can read and write files from my storage itself. So this can be images or files, etc. We also want to make sure that only your users should be able to write into your database and no one else. So once you have set this up, you need to add it in code as well. So this is the friendly chat code. It's rather, it's just a simple JavaScript with no framework. So here at the bottom, this is the app chat code itself. So you can see all the app chat details here. So I'm just going to do a quick test and see whether this works. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to command this code to see that, to make sure that my app works without the attestation app check done. And then we're going to re-enable it and test it from a different resource and see whether it actually works or not. So, so in this example, we don't have app check implemented yet. And what you're going to do is that I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to click on enforce. And I'm going to unenforce. So now what this means is that your apps can still send and receive data, just that now other people's apps who have access to your Firebase settings can now do the same as well. So if I were to refresh the page, where did it go? So as you can see, I prepared some sample beforehand. So in this chat, you can send messages as well as pictures, and you must sign in to be able to do so. If you are not signed in, you're not able to send or do anything with the resources itself. So this is what most of the users at the moment have in their app. But let's say, for example, I am a bad person, right? And let's say I run this app. I run this app as a third party. Since basically in this app, I have access to most of the details, right? So let's say I'm the bad person, I just need to go to, let's say this is your site, right? I can actually view your source, right? And let's take a look at your JavaScript. Where is it? Let me just go here. It should be, let me search for it. So let's say I'm a bad person, right? And I know your website is doing great, it's receiving a lot of traffic. Now I want to bomb your resources. I want to DDoS your site so that it costs you more. It costs you more at the end of the day. So instead of, let's say, your average users who access your data is maybe 1,000 users per day, now as a bad person, I want to make it so that 5,000 users are accessing your data, right? And that will cost you money, right? So since in this case for web, all of these details are available publicly through the source. So none of these are actually sensitive details, but this tells you a few things. It tells you that this is the Firebase project that this website is using. So I can basically copy all of this information and put it on a new site and try to launch it, which is what I'm going to do right now. So let's assume this is somebody who copied the source code and they launch it on its own. So they created a site and now they just want to launch it on their computer, right? And they put it on a different domain, for example, xyz.webapp.com or something like that. Then they should still be able to see this. So let's say, now as you can see, the domain is different. This is your local domain, or let's say it's a third-party domain. So now you have access to your resources as well, right? These are all your resources that so happen he is a person who managed to log into your app. So it can be a legitimate user who log in and create a clone of your website and still be able to log in. All he can do is just spam this page so many times and it will cost you more resources, right? So now we want to turn on ad check is to prevent this. So once you've enabled ad check, you just need to go to your ad check settings and enable this. At the same time, I am going to enable ad check as well. So I go to my index here. Let me just close this. All right. So let's say I enable ad check for my site. So here I use the ad check API. So all you need to do is to install the library. So in this case, I install the ad check. So npm install Firebase. It should come with ad check. This is the module version 9. So just add the ad check library and then you initialize the ad check. And here the ad check requires you to put a public key. So this public key you can get from the reCAPTCHA website that we have done earlier on and save. So here what I'm going to do now is I'm going to deploy this site. Right? So I think I've already deployed this. And then now you need to turn on all of this. So when you click enforce, it will let you know what it means. Only registered app will be allowed, but those who are unregistered or third-party sites who have no access to your reCAPTCHA, which basically they can't really have access, you can just enforce it. So once I click enforce, no one should be able to see data from my storage. So if I go back to the site here, all of these images come from my Firebase storage itself. So just want to show you the Firebase storage is here. So you go to storage. So when I upload a picture, all of the pictures will end up here. And this is one of the pictures that I uploaded. So we want to protect your file-based storage from third-party access or misuse. So we go back to our settings. And let's go back to our app. So now we have enabled the app check we have enforced app check for file-based storage. When I refresh this page, let me just do a quick check. This should be a cache copy. So let me just sign in again. Okay, so why is it not working as usual? Let me just double check. Okay, never mind. Supposedly it should work. I'll probably debug this later on. But let's try and enforce this as well. So this is enforced, this is enforced. Just let me just double check and see. If it still shows, it means I did not deploy it correctly. So if I inspect, and I go to console, so as you can see at the bottom second line here, it shows you a file-based warning, missing app check token. So now your resources are protected. In this case, this itself is disabled. So supposedly in this slide, we should be able to see the pictures because this is our correct app, right? So I think I need to deploy this. Hold on. So after I've enabled app check, I need to deploy this to the site. I think I forgot to deploy it, that's why. So the earlier version of the site is without the app check code. So since I just added this piece of code to enable app check, I'm going to deploy this to the latest, to the cloud, so that it works. So, okay, I've already deployed the latest version of the app with app check enabled, so it should show the details because this is my correct site. So let me just clear the cache again. Okay, still waiting for something to happen. Okay, so now you see the resources are loaded because I've enabled app chat and this is my correct domain that I've added to reCAPTCHA. Let's take a look at our attacker's site. In this case, is this localhost. It should not look like, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, as you can see, it doesn't look. So now we have stopped third-party users from actually accessing your real-time database in your file store through the web. So it's pretty much the same for iOS and Android. So let's take a look. Let's go back to the slides. So earlier on, we went through how does the web work. Let's go through the more important parts, which is your app. So most of the time, your apps are prone to this sort of attacks compared to the web. So let's take a look how we can enable safety net for Android apps if you have an Android app. So it's very similar to the web. All you need to do is to add a Firebase app to your Android project, or basically add your Android project to your Firebase app, and then use the SHA 256 key as from your signing certificate and add it to the app chat itself. Then you just need to add the library. So this is very dark. You cannot see. Never mind. Let me see if I have my Android. So let me just enter how you can see your. So by using the Grader W signing report, you're able to see your current app chat signing keys. So when you develop the Android app, typically you have two keys. One is your debug key for local development, and one is your release key for when you upload to the Play Store. So basically, the W signing report will let you know what is the SHA fingerprint for both your debug key and your release key. So let's just run for a while. While it's running, let's take a look at the code itself. Let me just turn off Xcode. Okay. Hold on a moment. Let's run the command again. Let me just close all of this. We turn on Android Studio as well. So here you can see the signing. Here you also can maybe see the signing certificate. Let me just change this to white and see. Okay, that's something like this one. So once you run the signing report, it gives you the SHA 225. So you just have to copy this key and go to your console and click on your Android app. So just click on safety net and enter your 256 key. And then of course you can set your time to live as well and click save. So once this is done, all you need to do is just add code. Okay. So let's just wait for this code to execute. While waiting for that code to execute, let's take a look at some metrics. So here you can see that these are some of the things that happen. So it will tell you information on what happened to your app itself, the request to your resources. It will tell you, in this case, this is my real-time database, which I've enabled. It will tell you that 45% of the time, all of the traffic is coming from real users. And there are 34% of the users who are either using outdated client. So it means that the keys are no longer valid, or they come from the correct domain, but they have not enabled that chat yet. So all of these resources come in. And then you have, of course, unverified invalid requests. So this can come from a few places. It could be from a fake user or an attacker trying to access your data, or it will come from your emulator. So as Android or iOS developers, we usually use the Android emulator or the simulator to write your apps, right? But if you want to test app check on Android, you need to add a different library in order to bypass the app check. If you add the regular app check code inside, you will get this metric here, because simulators are not allowed to access the real app check itself. So these are some things that you should bear in mind. So let's take a look. This is done. Let me close this. Let me launch the emulator. So let's take a look at the implementation path for Android. So early on, you've already added the configured the app check through the Firebase console. Now you need to add app check on your Android app itself. So in this case, you want to test the simulator to make sure it's working. You can just implement the Firebase app check debug. There's two versions. One is the release and one is the debug. If you're adding app check just to test whether it works, you can always just put the debug key inside. And then once you've added this and added to your code, let's go to our main activity. In this case, all you need to do is just add the app check provider factory and enable the debug app check provider. So if you're testing on debug, you need to make sure you use this. If you're testing on production, you use the regular safety net app check provider. So once you've done that, you should be able to test your app check whether it works on Android as well. So while waiting for this to load, let's go through the other resources as well. So let's talk about iOS. How many of you here are iOS developers? No, none? Cross-platform, React Native, Flutter, yeah, okay, two of you. So in iOS, you can of course enable app chat as well. For cross-platform developers, there's a Flutter Fire library you can use. There's a React Native Firebase library you can use as well if you're cross-platform developers. And you can enable device check or app attest. So there are two different providers available for you for iOS. One is device check and one is app attest. And let's talk about what is the difference in both of them. So when you want to enable app check for iOS, you are given a choice between app attest or device check. These are two different providers under Apple that allows you to verify your app. If you're supporting, if you're planning to support iOS 14 and above, you can use app attest. If you have users who are not, who are below iOS 14, you can use device check. So most of the time, we actually recommend the users to support both app attest and app device check at the same time in your app itself. So for iOS, it's pretty much the same thing as well. No difference except for the provider that you want to implement. And of course, if you want to do it in your app, you make sure you install the correct library. In this case, I'm installing the app check. And make sure you initialize your app check by checking to make sure that if I am iOS 14 and above, use the app test provider. Otherwise, use the device check. And then all you need to do is just configure your app check. It's pretty much simple. So let's say, for example, you are not using Firebase at all. You are not using Firebase for database, You're not using Firebase to store your data. You're maybe using AWS or Google Cloud or some other third-party cloud provider or your own provider. How can you protect your own resources as well? Do I need to depend on Firebase resources to do that for me? The answer is no. You can always use app check with your custom resources. So let's say you have a Node.js API running somewhere on the cloud or even on-premise. You can use app check to do it. So the app check is pretty much the same. You will still generate the token. You still implement it exactly the same as what I showed you just now. But now your custom backend, you need to just send the API token or rather the app check token to the backend itself. Sorry for you, this is very blurred. Let's see if we can get a better example. So let me just go to the document. App check for custom backend. So whatever I just told you can be found from the documentation side. So you can just read through this as well. So here, this is a simple Node app, Express.js app. So let's say you have an API that calls to maybe log in or get some details or something, right? What you need to do is to first check the request header. All of your APIs, you will need to send an X-Firebase app check token header. And if they check if the token is undefined, you just return unauthorized, right? So this is your custom backend, your own APIs. Then you need to make sure that those tokens are real tokens, not some fake tokens. You need to call the Firebase admin SDK and to verify the token. So once the token is correct, then everything is fine. If it's not fine, all you need to do is send back a 401 itself. So it's pretty much simple. All you need to do is to create this middleware, this layer that you can attach to all of your endpoints. So all of the endpoints you can add the app check verification. Okay, now that the Android emulator is back, let's see if the friendly chat is available. So again, this is the Android app which have enabled the app attestation. So if I click unenforce, all of the users should not be able to access this as well. So now your attacker cannot create a fake APK and try to load all your content if necessary. So let's go back to this. It's a bit dark, but it's basically the same thing I mentioned just now, how you can enable it on your backend resources. And this is your front-end code. In your front-end code, what you can do is that you can call the library to give you the token. Once you have the token, you can just send it as a header. So I think this is the same for Android. No difference, this is the same for iOS as well. So all of these three implementation paths do the same thing. Get your app token from the library itself, send it manually via a header. In this case, it's called the X-Firebase app check header. And your backend should verify this header value as all. So going back to all of what I mentioned, what does app check actually do is to provide you with two things. First is to make sure that all your traffic is coming from your legitimate app that you have developed and deployed, and to make sure that the resources that is being requested are all valid as well, to ensure that your API traffic has the correct credentials. So you can use this as a way to protect your backend from unauthorized resources. So thank you, everyone. These are some of the links that you can see to know how to implement it step by step. So everything that I mentioned can be found directly from these links. If you have any questions about that chat, please feel free to just send me a tweet over. Yeah. So I guess that's it.
So is there any question for Shami?
Any questions? I need to give this out.
Yeah, there's one online question, and can it be shown on the screen? No. Alright, so let me read it out. And the question is Firebase secure during any chat?
Say again?
Is Firebase secure during any chat?
During any chat, CHAT. Is Firebase secure during any chat? Firebase itself, in this case, I'm thinking maybe you're talking about a way to save persistent data, so it's either Firestore or real-time database. The infrastructure itself is secure, but you as a user, or you as a developer is responsible to secure that data. How can you secure that data? Two ways. The first way is to enable Firebase authentication, to authenticate your users from accessing the data. Next, you should use Firebase security rules. So Firebase security rules, when you do development, is always open to the public so anyone can access. But once you're ready for production, you need to turn it on as well as configure the security rules. Let me just show you an example of a security rule. So that might help. So in this friendly chat, I've enabled a few security rules. So let's go to the Firebase real-time database. In the real-time database, you have a tab here called rules. So these are the rules that I've configured for now, which is basically pretty simple. It says that only authenticated users can read and authenticated users can write. So you can go further more complex by adding user roles and permission to say that if a user is found, if an authenticated user is found, if a role, for example, admin, then only he can write certain data to the database. So this is the same for most of Firebase products. There's always a security rules they can use to secure your resources according to your needs. Okay, is there any other online questions?
Yeah, I hope that answers your question, gateway of researchers. And there's currently no question from the virtual attendees. And yeah, I see a question from our physical attendees.
Oh, hello.
Hey, Changi.
Hi, boss.
I was always wondering, how can we set the Firebase, this database rules without using the Firebase authentication? Like, let's say I have my own application, my own authentication, but I want to protect my database.
Yes, you can. So in Firebase authentication, there is a custom authentication section. What it means is that you need to add the Firebase admin SDK to your backend. So I assume you have your own backend to do authentication, right? So let's say you have an endpoint called login with username and password as a request body or something. You can actually add the Firebase admin SDK to add custom authentication. So it will generate a token that you need to associate with the user of your own backend. So let's say you created user at gmail.com. Then you need to add this user and a Firebase associated token into your database, so that Firebase knows that there is such a user that exists. Yeah. So you can take a look at this section here. Let me just go here. Go to your I think it's here. Build. You go to this section. Here, create custom tokens. So you have to create a Firebase project, of course, right? And then you just have to create a custom token. So in this case, you can associate a user ID from your own user table or from your own login provider, and you just provide this user ID itself. So in this point of time, Firebase assumes that the user has already logged in on your backend, but not logged in on Firebase. So you just have to pass in the user ID, it will give you this token, and you must send this token back to the client itself. And then this client should be able to automatically send this back to your backend. So let's take a look at the example for web. So for web, once you have returned the token from the backend, you just have to run this sign in a custom token. Then all future requests from Firebase will be automatically secured and use the same code as normal login. Yeah. You want a pin? This limited edition pin though. Retro. Yeah, we have a few. This is the Sparky on the guitar from 2 years back. Any other questions?
Yeah, here are two questions from the virtual attendee. So, Gateway of Researchers ask, if I am sharing my pictures, then where it will save and is it secure from third party?
So, okay, let's say you created a site that allows you to upload pictures out like Instagram or Facebook, right? And then you send the site to someone else. Let's say it's a public page that shows you the details of the photo. In this place, in this state, what you can do is that you can ensure that only people from your domain can see this picture. Any other domain cannot. So let's say he go and hot link, he copied the URL, and then he put it somewhere, and then he put it on his own website. So every time the user reload the page, it will call our storage instead of their own storage. So in this case, AdChat, not just AdChat itself, even as long as you configure your authentication, your security rules correctly, after a certain time, these resources will not be available for the end user to see. So how can we protect your public resources from abuse? Enable AdChat to make sure that only your site can load this picture. Add security rules to your picture as well to make sure that it will expire according to a certain period of time. So those are the few ways you can use to make sure your resources is not easily accessed from a third party. Yeah.
Okay, and then the second question from the same person is, what if middlemen want to access it?
What, say again?
What if a middleman wants to access it?
Yes, so the whole point of AdChat is to prevent users from accessing, middlemen from accessing the data. Only you yourself should be able to access your data. Your own software, your own API gateway, your own client, your own Android app. By using AdChat, you can do so. However, if you are a vendor and you want you and your partners to be able to access, you need to use custom attestation provided. You need to write your own to enable not just your app, but certain registered vendors to do so as well. Yeah.
Thank you for that, and that is all for the questions for today.
Yeah,
And from
I think there's one from the client,
okay,
from the customer.
physical attendee.
Hello, my name is Faiz. Okay, I have two questions. First question is Firebase is good for the large data saver, and second, Firebase is the cloud data storage data. So it is possible for Google to see our data and
Okay, so the first question is whether Firebase lets you store large amount of data, right? So Firebase primary objective is for developers, especially front end or mobile or web developers, to don't deal with the back end. They don't need to handle how much time it will take for data to be saved, how much time it will take for data to come back, how do I handle optimization of my queries, how do I make sure if 1 million users access it at the same time, nothing happens. All of that is handled by Firebase View. So in this case, large data sets can be saved into Firebase itself. If you're talking from a data science point of view, where you store huge data sets that are not organized information, then you, because Firebase is actually built on top of the Google Cloud Platform, I would recommend you use Cloud SQL. Is it? I think there's a big data. There's a big data table that is used to specialize in storing those sort of records. But if you're planning to create an app where you expect there are a few 100K or a few million read and writes, you can use Firebase to do that. Yes, and it works very well because it's a NoSQL database. Yeah. The second question was about privacy, security, right? Yes, because it's hosted on the cloud, it's the same problem that applies to all of the cloud vendors, AWS, Azure. Your data, of course, is stored for you through SLA agreement, right? So through that agreement, your data should be secure. However, you should always practice to back up your data in case something goes wrong at their end, which is highly unlikely. The second is to make sure you secure your data through file storage. So you should be more concerned about third-party people accessing your data rather than people at Google accessing your data. Yeah. So, yeah, your pin coming in. I have 3 more. Any other questions?
3 more. Is there any questions for Shani? Yeah. Okay.
But this is limited edition, you know. This one I got from Spain when I was going for the conference. So I don't think they're producing this anymore.
Okay, hello. My question is there possible for mobile apps and web application to use the same code in the same source?
Okay, so in this case, my answer is yes, but not really. So why would I say this? So in this case, it's a question more of a cross-platform environment. You have a piece of code that you want to execute in both your browser as well as your application. So there are a few frameworks that help you do that. Obviously, Android and iOS by default don't have these frameworks built in. Of course, you can always add a fragment to load a web view, like sometimes you see on Shopee as well. But let's say you want to save development time as well. I would suggest you to use a framework that supports all 3. One of the few frameworks that does that is Flutter. However, it's not as simple as I would think it's a simple write and you can just deploy. There are a few things you have to consider from a web point of view and a mobile point of view. So let's say, for example, from a web point of view, most of the time the screen is large. There are a lot less capabilities compared to mobile. So mobile can do a lot more access of the hardware. For example, your location, your photos, or more deep level, system level stuff that the web cannot do. So it really depends on your requirements. If you're planning to just do a simple insert, update, delete on both Android and iOS and the web, I would actually suggest you to go straight to do web. You don't have to do web mobile if you want. That is my honest opinion. I think the web is sufficient enough to handle both mobile browsers and your web browser itself. But if you die want to do, or someone says I must have an app, you can wrap that URL into the app. Sometimes you can see that in Shopee as well. But if you want to write native code, Flutter is a good way for you to get started. But beware that there are certain things that will not work for mobile or will not work for web. So you can use there is a common base code that you can use, but there are differences you have to take note as well. So this is the same for React Native as well, if you're wondering. Yeah. So I hope that answers the question. Come and figure out. I'm scared I hit the lady.
So the last two giveaways. Oh yeah, I see you.
Okay, one question. Is the app chat is prevent also from the web crawling?
Yes, so web crawling is it's also quite a nice use case. So let's say you develop a nice website that keep track of all the stock market movement, right? And then some other third party, or let's say he's an investor company, then he tries to crawl that data on his own, and he hires someone else. Hey, can you go to this website, pull all this data and put on my own website and try to sell, right? So app chat actually helps protect this, especially for the web. So if you enable app chat, one of the prerequisites, it must enable reCAPTCHA version 3, and it has to be on the same domain. So if it's on the same domain and a web crawler tries to access, it cannot access because it comes from a non-domain environment or maybe a backend server, and the reCAPTCHA cannot pass. So technically, at the moment, there's no way to bypass reCAPTCHA. If there is a way, everyone would not do reCAPTCHA anymore. So it's a good way to stop web crawling. But at the same time, you have to make sure that how your data is loaded from the backend. If you're sending a static website from the server, just a simple HTML with your data that is pre-rendered on the backend, when it reaches the client side, there's nothing much you can do because the crawler will just say, please open this website. And the data is already there whether you enable app chat or not. But if your data comes from, it has to be requested either from the backend. So the backend say, hey, this user, this browser wants to see page 1. So I take the data and load it and send the page back. Then you can use app chat to stop this. Yes. So the answer is yes. If the data is loaded from a remote resource that you have control over.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to throw, take care. I have 2 more actually.
Okay. Okay, so I'm Akira and I'm a student, a Unitel student. So my question is, so basically app chat will protect our access to our services and resources, right?
Yep.
But what if the device that we use to access all the application is jailbroken? Will it still protect?
That's a good question as well. Jailbroken devices. So it's hard to say. Few things you have to take into consideration as well. Jailbroken device sometimes has access to root level privileges, depending on what sort of jailbroken phone it uses. But end of the day, if the let's say the person has a jailbroken device and the app itself is signed out with app chat. So app chat for mobile, for Android and iOS requires 2 things: is your certificate, your signing certificate, public key. So these keys, not public keys, sorry, private keys. These private keys can only be accessed by, only has ownership by the developer, because he has to use the private key to sign the app to upload to the Play Store or the Google Store. I mean, the Play Store or the iOS Store. And that key has to be uploaded on Firebase as well. So now 2 parties have it. One is Google, your Play Store, Firebase, and your iOS Store. So even if you have jailbroken your devices, and somehow they manage, let's say there's a super app that clones the app exactly, it's not able to clone the private key. From what I understand now, unless there's some InfoSec guys here around to disagree with me, but yes, they can copy the app identifier, everything, but there is a private key that he does not have access to. So technically, they should not be able to access this data. Of course, as you know, there's always new security vulnerabilities found, and this is still in beta, so I cannot confirm or deny that it can happen. That's the politically correct answers from our from Mira. Yeah. Thank you. One last one.
Hello. So I have a question. If let's say I'm storing some kind of type of data, Is it possible for Firebase to somehow like send reminders based on how many days left?
So you're creating an app that you want to send reminders, right? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, something like that.
So let's say I create a calendar invite for next Thursday, maybe Tuesday, it will send me a notification. Yes, you can actually you don't even need to use, depends on how you want to do it. You don't actually need to use, don't need to actually do that using Firebase. So let's say you have an Android app that does not connect to the internet, it's your own app where you just add to your device only. You can always send scheduled local notifications on your phone. You can just Google how to do local scheduled notifications. It does not require to use internet or use Firebase at all. All it does is that it creates a schedule on your own app on the background that will run at a certain time. That is the way number one. Way number two is that you have an app that you want this data to be seen across everyone. Right? You can either save the data and that data goes to Firebase. It can be either real-time database or Firestore. And then the users who receive this information can then do two things. One is to schedule a local notification, which is exactly the same as the first one. Or you can call a cloud function. So in Firebase, we have something called cloud functions. So cloud functions are code that you can add at the background that you want to execute automatically. So for example, you want to write sensitive code like business logic, or how to do sales calculation, how to determine the price of an item. Let's say you're doing e-commerce as well. All of this cannot be written in your app because the users can choose to change that code. Or if we have a website, we can change the price of the item. It doesn't make sense to be on the client side, right? So all of this code can be stored securely on cloud functions. So in cloud functions, you can add a few things, triggers. So you can say that if I receive a new reminder inside my database, I can then send a notification at this day and this time. So the answer is yes, you can do it as well. Locally, you don't have to, but if you want to support more advanced use cases, you can. Yeah. And most of your phone, right, Android phones, when you receive notifications, come from the Firebase Cloud Messaging Service. So technically, all of your notifications are actually run under Firebase, under Google, basically. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Have I given you yet? This is the last one, right? Yeah. Okay, all gone. Any other questions you guys want? No? Okay, if you want to know more, you can just look through you can just message me anytime on Twitter. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Shani, for the very inspiring sharing and the Q&A section. So, this is our last talk already, and we will wrap the DevFest up with the second Keynote session.